this is our table. You can pull
Come
up a
on
chair.
in. Oh, God.
You're a bizarre human.
Hoda, I don't know what you ate for breakfast, but I'm into it.
We've got Mr. Matthew McConaughey.
Mindy Kaling, I'm excited. Everything feels like Kwanzaa and a bat mitzvah. We out here.
Doris, I feel like you were born to entertain.
I'm natural. He needs a script.
You're like the perfect combination because together you make each other better.
Can we also just thank everybody that helps
Yes.
do it every single day?
Y'all.
We have the best team.
We really have amazing people who work on our show.
sure do.
Producers, researchers, everybody. You know what it is? I think when there's something that's real, that you're not pretending.
Yeah.
It's easy.
Totally.
It's like
the best,
this is the best.
No matter where you work, try to find a good friend.
Yeah,
Because it
yeah.
makes life so joyful.
Yeah.
Especially when the friend is like you.
It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, ballot showdown. The state of Maine now barring Donald Trump from the primary ballot, the second to do that this month. With the first contest just weeks away, What does it all mean for the former president and his campaign? We're live with the very latest. Plus, holiday weekend, New Year's Eve just 2 days away. Authorities ramping up security for festivities nationwide. Millions set to travel to a celebration, and everyone wants to know, what does the weather have in store? Your full forecast just ahead. Then, new year, new you. We are here to help if improving your health is on your 2024 to-do list with simple tips that will have long-lasting effects. And hi again, Barbie, the smash hit movie taking one last accolade before the year is up. For its music. We'll get to that and more on Pop Start today, Friday, December 29th, 2023.
Here for one Sweet 16 from Homestead Falls, Ohio, on a girls trip from Chapel Hill, Tennessee.
Happy Friday from Panama City, Florida, York, Maine, Detroit, Michigan, and Los Angeles, California.
From Dayton, Massachusetts,
to celebrate Lucia's birthday.
hi Nana and Papa.
Watching in Sparta, North Carolina.
Welcome back this morning on Your Health, 6 tips for a healthier 2024.
Which we need because statistics only show that only 9% of Americans who actually make resolutions see them through. So how can you set yourself up for some success here?
Here with some simple suggestions that'll have a long-lasting impact. NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. A, nice to have you here. Let's talk about that 9% figure. That's kind of striking. Only 9% of people who make resolutions keep them. How do we boost that figure?
I know. Well, the theme this morning, you guys, is going to be that we're going to skip the extremes. We don't want to go from 0 to 60, but we want to give people manageable tips.
Right.
And if everyone can take home 1 or 2 of these maybe and implement them, great. And if some people are already doing these things, kudos to you.
Some of these are easier than others. Let's start with some things fundamentally that could help change your lifestyle,
Yes.
which is sugar intake. How do we cut back on the sugar that we have in our diets?
So before we talk about cutting back, let's just remind our viewers, if we don't know this already, all the negative things that sugar can do to us. It increases blood pressure, increases inflammation, can cause weight gain, contributes to diabetes, and also fatty liver disease. I love this hot take on what to do about sugar and especially chocolate. The message here is you don't have to give it up completely, which is what people really do want to hear. What we want to talk about, though, is maybe combining. Modify your chocolate intake, combine it with nuts, for example, like chocolate-covered almonds, do chocolate-covered banana tips. So you're also getting the healthy fiber and all of the protein in the nut, but you're still getting your sweet tooth satisfied.
Okay, what about sleep? Something people in our industry could use a little bit more.
Again, and we're always talking about why are we even talking about this?
Yeah.
Poor sleep, weight gain. By the way, too much or too little sleep isn't good. So 7 to 9 hours for those of us in this age group is still that golden number.
Too much, did you say, is bad?
Too much can be bad for you. I know.
For kids, how much sleep do your kids need?
Well, it depends on their age, Peter. You know, once they start getting into the teenage years, they're going to behave more like us. But when they're younger, it really can be up to 10, 11, 12 hours.
Yeah.
So poor sleep, weight gain, diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, stroke, and depression. None of those things are good. Most of us cannot sleep in longer the next day, right? We have to get up for school. We have to get up for work. My hot tip is you're going to set a bedtime alarm. So about 45 minutes to an hour before you want to go to bed, you're going to set an alarm on your phone. You're going to start your wind down routine. You're going to start turning off your devices. You're going to start, especially the blue light on the phone, make sure that is activated so that by the time it's time to do lights out, you're ready.
Let's talk about upgrading our exercise. The gyms are
Yes.
packed on January 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, but you come in
are.
October and the places turn out to be empty.
So these are the recommendations. 150 minutes per week of moderate intensity activity. That's where you can still maintain a conversation, or 75 minutes of vigorous activity. This is my recommendation. First of all, you can split these up. You can do 10 minutes 3 times a day to get your 30 minutes a day. But if you're within a 1 mile distance from something, walk it.
Yeah.
So for example, if you're in a town that's a very walkable town, just walk from the post office to the grocery store rather than driving. All of that will add up. Again, within a mile, New York City, that's 20 blocks. Walk it.
Yeah, I try to just take the stairs, even simple things like that.
Little
at
simple
work,
things
right?
like that, exactly.
Okay, what's next here? What do we got here? Screen time.
Oh my God, this is the bane of all of our existence. Do you know, well, so first of all, This is now scientifically proven.
Yeah.
Too much screen time, insomnia, eye strain, headaches, neck, shoulder, back pain. I don't know if you guys have the worst neck pain from all of this, as well as behaviors that actually can look very similar to addiction. You know that there is no recommended screen time for adults. For kids, again, there absolutely is. This is what I'm going to recommend. Instead of saying to you and your family, limit screen time, have a phone-free zone. Put the phone away completely. They actually did a study where they had diners eating and they didn't have their phones there, and they were much happier.
Excuse me, talk about healthy vegetables. Just changing what's in your diet can make a huge difference.
Exactly. So obviously vegetables, why are they so good for us? They lower blood pressure. They lower the risk of heart disease. They prevent some certain types of cancer. Think about adding vegetables to breakfast. A lot of us think that it has to be something sweet or toast or cereal, but you can add grated carrots to oatmeal. You can do it with a savory meal as well. So spinach, avocado smash. Or
Yeah.
Here, we got one more.
Yeah, no,
We have
one more.
time.
Oh, sorry.
No.
This is a lot of exercise.
This is time for you to focus. Exactly. This is your almost
The
a
last
mile.
one is good for
It's
people who have a little coming down with
a
something
little
this time of year.
congestion. Exactly.
More water.
So we're
Yeah.
talking about drinking more water, and we know it's important. Energy, the toxins, it helps our complexion, and it maintains, regular bowel movements. This is something that I hope everybody does. Have a reusable water bottle with you. Water is so expensive, right? Bottles, refill it as the day goes on. This is something that I try to do all day. I need to do it more at work.
This is good advice. Thank you, Dr. Azar. Appreciate it very much.
Jacob, you got pop star.
I
One
sure
last
do.
one for the year.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. First up, Amy Poehler, the actress and former SNL star, showing off her vocal skills, sharing a duet with vocal coach and TikToker Sheridan Coldstream. Check this out.
Why she had to go, I don't know. She wouldn't say. I said something wrong. Now I long for yesterday.
Amy doing the dang thing.
Wow.
Nicely done. All right. Next up, Seth Meyers. Yesterday, the Emmy-winning talk show host celebrated the Big 5-0. And before Seth and his late-night staff left 30 Rock for the holiday break, they celebrated with this sweet surprise.
Surprise!
Thank you. Oh my. I'm without words. I genuinely can't believe how surprised I am. Walking out here and seeing all of you guys, I also want to say it's very special to be with you all. Thank you so much. I'm genuinely.
I watched the whole thing on Instagram last night, and he said genuinely like 3 or 4 times. He really was shocked. Really was shocked.
Seems like that'd be a hard guy to surprise, right? Like the guy who hosts the show.
There's a whole backstory. Go look at it, but they was going to go out to dinner, yada, yada, yada. Seth, happy birthday, man.
Happy birthday.
Next up, Point Break. A new trailer's out for season 2 of Netflix's docuseries following the world's top tennis players as they set their sights on glory once again during another Grand Slam season. Here's a peek.
There's a changing of the guard that's going on.
Who has had more attention in tennis than Coco Gauff?
The youngsters are coming for you.
I love it. They want to win, but it ain't happening.
I want to be the best. Kill or be killed.
This is where stars are born, where dreams are realized, where you're playing for tennis immortality.
I have surfing on the mind. I said Point Break. It's called Break Point. Season 2 starts streaming on January 10th. You're not going to want to miss it. Today's consumer, Christmas might not be over, or might be over. It's never over for me. But it's not too late to treat your loved ones or yourself to something spectacular.
That's right. After Christmas sales are among the best of the year. And Shop All Day contributor Mako Lobo is here to get us in on some of the hottest deals right now. Mako, so nice to see you.
So nice to see you, too.
So these cold winter nights, we want to snuggle up with our loved ones.
That's right.
Sheets.
There's so many sheets that are amazing. So let's start with Amazon. They have up to 40% on bedding, which is absolutely great. Macy's also has this covered. They have up to 50% on their sheets, which is like their designer bedding collection, so you can get really luxury sheets. Now, I know that you're looking to cook in the new year. We've got cookware from Macy's up to 75% off. So this is like an 11-piece pot set, a cookware set, or you can get a cast iron pot to round out your entire collection.
Laura Jarrett will buy every single one of those things based on her cooking yesterday.
You always need a cast iron.
Appliances.
Appliances. Let's move on down to appliances. I love that we have so many great deals on appliances. Personal blenders from Amazon are 40% off. Personal blenders are great because then you can make smoothies
What's a
and shakes
personal
on the go.
blender?
Well, that's what it looks like right there on the screen. Head to today.com/shop to check it out.
Wow.
But you can put your fruit on there if you're like Peter, or maybe you want to eat healthier in the new year, and then you can take it with you on the go. So when you come to the show, you're all good and done. Let's talk about KitchenAid stand mixers really quickly. That heirloom collection just got one.
Did you?
I upgraded. It was time.
Yeah, kneading, doughing, baking, doing all the fun stuff. And Macy's also has this covered up to 60% off. Coffee makers, waffle makers, air fryers. So you definitely want to make sure you check that out.
What do we got? Electronics.
Electronics. There's so many great deals when it comes to electronics, and you absolutely don't want to miss out on that. I want to talk about Amazon. They have a ton of electronics that are available right now for the post-Christmas sales. But Tile-Made Essentials. Are you guys familiar with those?
The tile?
The tile.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
You're getting a 4-pack. These are great, Laura. So what you do is you put them in your wallet, you put them in your backpack. If you're like me and you lose your stuff a lot, this is great because then it helps you keep track of all your belongings. What did she lose?
Where's my phone?
See, then you can stick it onto the back of your phone. They usually come at about $79.99, but you're getting an entire pack for about $48. The iRobot Roomba vacuum, also from Amazon, about 40% off. One of my favorites. It does the cleaning for you, so you can relax and sit back with your family. And of course, we have great TV deals from Samsung. We spotted about an 80-inch TV that is $1,900 off. So it's a really great price point.
Get ready for the Super Bowl.
Get ready for the big game. That's right.
Clothing?
Let's talk about clothing. Old Navy has a fantastic online sale. They have something for men and for women. They have the mesh pants for men, which are $18. And for the women, they have the joggers, which I live in. Those are only $12. Macy's also has us covered with gloves, scarves, and hats. You can get those for about 60% off. Amazon has a blowout sale on fashion. You're getting that for 40% off. Hats, pants, scarves, jackets, whatever it is that you're looking for in fashion for men and women, Amazon has it up to 40% off.
Very nice. Now, we cannot forget beauty and the glam.
Let's talk about beauty and the glam. So Nordstrom has a huge sale on clothing, of course. They have beautiful dresses and jackets, but they have a blowout sale on makeup. One of my favorite brands, Too Faced, right? And Bobbi Brown. They have palettes that are over 50% off. So you're getting them for about $20, which is great. These palettes are fantastic. Look at those beautiful colors. You can pretty much transition from day to night, or if you want to go out, and you could do a little fun pop of color. So those are also fantastic. CVS has us covered as well when it comes to beauty. They have a sale, buy one, get one free on P&G brands. That's your Aussie, that's your Herbal Essences, all those brands that we know and love. So I love that. Rev Air is doing an unbelievable deal right now, $100 off. Are you guys familiar with this?
On a blow dryer?
On a blow dryer.
Need it.
But wait a minute, you've seen this all over social media. So what it does, this is a new and improved version. It sucks in the hair.
It looks like a vacuum cleaner.
But it's for your hair.
Wait,
and so
it
what the
sucks
brand
in the
says,
hair?
yes. So you put your hair into the vacuum and then it smooths it out and straightens
I think
it out.
we're going to need an investigative report.
I'll definitely do that.
$100 off using the code today. So make sure you go to today.com/shop to make sure you get all these deals.
Mako, mind-blowing.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
Sucking blow dryer. Who knew? To get your hands on these deals, go to today.com/shop.
Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Mako.
thank you.
Up
Great to see
next,
you.
inexpensive ideas to deck out your house for New Year's Eve and create plenty of Instagram-worthy photo ops. But first, this is Today on NBC. We are back at 8:43, getting in the New Year's Eve spirit with some festive ideas to wow your guests. And the best part, you can do it all for under $100, folks. Here to show us how is Christina Stemble. She is the founder and CEO of Farm Girl Flowers, a national flower delivery company. Christina, so nice to have you here.
Thanks
Nice
for
to meet
having me
you.
back. I'm so excited.
I
Yes.
love a good wreath. Everyone
Yes.
loves a good holiday wreath. How do you make it happen? And under $100, can't beat that.
Yeah, so
Okay.
wreath right over here you
Yes.
see. Let's take some tinsel over here. So you have it all decked out for the holidays, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to take your wreath down. Most people will before their Happy New Year party,
Yeah.
right? All you need to do is take some tinsel directly from your tree and then put it on your wreath just like this. Bows are having a big moment, as you got the memo with your dress today. So
tried.
just tie a big bow and champagne or some glitzy
And you
color.
can get this anywhere. Michael's, any craft store.
stores where
Doesn't have
exactly
to
where
be
we picked it up.
fancy.
Yes.
Okay, love
and put
it.
some little, Happy New Year letters in there. You can just decorate
Anything
it.
with glitter,
Anything with
basically,
glitter, basically.
right?
Yes,
That's
totally.
always screams New
Yep.
Year's.
Yep.
Love
Then
it.
leave it up for another week for you.
Okay, next up here, tablescape.
Yes.
This is one of my favorite parts of getting the house ready to have guests over. Where do we start here?
Yeah, so actually flowers are really expensive, right? We all know that, right? So I probably shouldn't say that owning a flower company, but they are.
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you how to make a toast-worthy tablescape under $100, like you mentioned. First thing you're going to start with table runners. So you definitely need a table runner because we're going to use a metal base and you don't want to ruin your table.
Protect your table,
Yes, but table runners can be expensive. So I just picked up this, if you want to go glitz and glam with sequins, for under $10 at that same local craft store you can pick up. Or one of my favorite hacks is to use just a scarf, like a $10 scarf. It has to be machine washable because you're going to spill lots of champagne on it.
Yeah.
Or just ribbons. Just raid your ribbon drawer.
I noticed
Look at
that
this. So,
here. And you just,
yes.
just layers and layers of ribbons.
Layers and layers
In
of
this
ribbons.
one.
Yes, exactly. So then you're ready to build your centerpiece.
Okay.
Now we've done this hack before on the show with other flowers, but we have to water tube them all, so it takes a long time. This is a very fast way to make a tablescape using chicken wire. You're going to roll it just into a log like this. It can be as short or as long as your table is. You'll get an extra couple feet on either side from the flowers
And
as
you
well.
can get this from what, your local florist? Where, like, because
You don't even go to a florist. No, you just literally go to the Ace Hardware and your hardware stores, and you can
just wrap it in a
chicken
roll.
wire, just like this. Wrap it into a roll. Then you're going to take baby's breath. Now, okay, baby's breath has a bad rap, but it is back in a very big way.
But in bulk, it's very different than when you see it in with
Yes.
like the little roses on the street,
tip.
right?
You have to keep it simple on its own. Don't mix it with other flowers. It's about $5 a bunch. Pick up 10 bunches, $50 right there, and you can make this whole centerpiece just like that. You're going to cut the stems in staggering heights like this. We already have it cut for you.
Love that.
And then in the rolled chicken wire, you're just going to literally shove
Just
it
shove.
in.
Just
That's
shove.
it. Just shove it in.
Doesn't, and it's almost nicer when it's not perfect,
Yes,
right?
not perfect. You're going to make it as wild as you want it.
Okay.
I tend to go lower in the middle. So you can take some pieces and cut it shorter in the middle, just like this.
The other thing that's
Literally-
nice about baby's breath is then people can talk. It's not so high,
Yes.
right? It's still
not so high. I like to go higher on the sides, kind of build
low
some drama.
and lush. That's
low
what
and
I was
lush.
always taught, right?
Absolutely. And then there's some hacks for it. You can leave it just like this if you want, or you can kind of dress it up. So look, I mean, you're wearing bows today. Bows are having a huge moment right now. So you can literally just take some skewer sticks from your kitchen drawer, put some hair bows on them, just like this. I have this
So
rhinestone
I'm going
one.
to raid my daughter's little bowl of hair bows here.
Absolutely. Put it on a skewer stick and shove that in there too. Just like that.
Very cute. Okay.
Then any leftover baby's breath you have, just 2 or 3 more bunches, and you just take one of those clear cylinder bases that everybody has above their
Everyone has
refrigerator.
1,000 of it. They don't know
Totally.
what to do with.
Exactly.
I once brought a bunch back to a florist because I can't take this
You're like, just
anymore.
take
It's
these
taking up
back.
too much
Totally.
room. New York City apartment.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you literally just stagger the stems in the vase, but then you see all these stems, which is not something that looks super great.
And maybe you don't want to wrap the whole vase.
Exactly.
Okay.
So all you need to do is take a piece of ribbon and wrap it around the base. Now, first, here's a little hack. Put the water in first, otherwise you're going to get water all over this, and you have to get your blow dryer out, which they talked about earlier, but
Smart.
don't want
Okay.
to do that. And then you just make a bow just like this. You want to do the honors?
Oh, yes.
And just
Okay.
tie a bow just like that around it.
Okay.
And it dresses it right up.
And matches the tablescape
that.
perfectly.
Absolutely. Then
Beautiful.
All that's left, you're done under an hour, is to get ready for your guests to come. You want a little headband here action.
Love it.
Pour the champagne. You can take some dried edible flowers that you got from the grocery store, sprinkle them in just like that. And we are
and
ready.
now we have the best part.
Absolutely.
All right.
Cheers.
Happy New Year to
Happy
us.
New Year.
Mhm. Christina, thank you so much. Up next, another big event on Sunday night to prepare for a key matchup in the NFL. And we've got some amazing recipes to cook up and enjoy during the game. But first, this is Today on NBC.
We are back with Today Food Loves Football, joined by a longtime friend of mine, Elizabeth Chambers. She is the CEO and founder of Bird Bakery, a shop that opened its doors 11 years ago in San Antonio, Texas, and has since expanded the franchise to as far as the Cayman Islands. Elizabeth's going to help us get ready for Sunday night's showdown on NBC and Peacock between the Packers and the Vikings with 2 winning game day recipes. Elizabeth, cheers. Let's start.
Cheers. I've missed you, Jacob.
It's good to see you. All right, what do we got here? We got a little cheese for the cheese heads?
Cheese. Okay, yeah, we got the cheese for the cheese heads. The thing about spinach artichoke dip is it's so versatile. It could be a dip. It could be in a popover. It could be a sandwich. We love a grilled cheese sandwich. So I'm going to put you to work.
Okay, fine.
Let's see your chopping skills.
I'm no Laura Jarrett, but.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Okay.
So you're going to chop.
Ow! Just kidding. Okay.
He's a liability, guys. You're going to start with chopping the artichokes.
How fine?
Very fine.
Okay.
Very finely. Like, honestly, just like go for it. Just
Okay.
free. What we're going to do then,
Free
we
chop.
can add free chop. We can add water chestnuts if you're into that.
Okay.
If not, fine. Then we start with our cream cheese.
Where's a water chestnut?
That's just an option. I'm
Oh,
just
okay.
giving you love an option.
Okay, thank
And then we're going to do our cream cheese and our mayonnaise.
Does this need to go in there?
Yes, eventually. I think
Okay.
that's good. I think we
All
can
right.
throw it on in there.
All right, let me have
so here, that will be helpful. So we have our cream cheese and our
trying to be
mayonnaise.
too
I love
crafty.
mayonnaise personally. If you're not into mayonnaise, you can substitute with sour cream.
Okay.
Very delicate.
Thank you.
You can substitute with sour cream.
I'm drunk already.
Okay, that works. One sip. He's a cheap date. Or you can do Greek yogurt. So personally, mayonnaise for me. But, you know, there are options.
Why are you looking at me about Greek yogurt?
I feel like that's what you would choose. Then we're going to add our cheeses.
I told you, I'm trying to get rid of the dad bod.
I know. No, it's working. It's working. Keep
Okay.
running, dude. Keep
Thank
running.
you.
We're going to add our cheese. We're going to add our spices. Again, I'm putting you to work. We have our garlic, our garlic salt.
Oh, this is nice.
And then you're going to stir it all up.
Okay, what do we have here?
And that's basil.
Okay.
So then we're going to take our spinach. You can use fresh spinach if you'd like and steam it. I think, you know, you have people coming over, make it simple for yourself.
Okay.
Frozen. Make sure that it's drained and patted so it's not super, so there's not a lot of moisture in that.
Get
and
that
then we're going to
spinach in
get that in there. That's actually like how it
This is what it
look.
should have looked.
But I love your effort.
I did my
And so-
best. Laura's going to take over halfway through the
Careful.
segment.
Exactly. And then here is what we have when you put some elbow grease into it.
Oh, wow. That's what it's supposed to look like?
It will. It will. I have faith in you. It
I'm
will.
not strong enough for that.
You're
Like a
very
good way to
strong.
get kids to eat spinach too, right? 'Cause
It's a really good way to
tasty.
sneak in all of those greens. So then you're going to pop it in the oven,
Okay.
350 degrees.
How long?
You can put it in some, like I do it 25, 35 minutes. Like you want it to get that nice brown. Depends on your oven, or also middle rack.
So, definitely on the middle rack?
I like a middle rack.
Okay. all right.
To each their own.
Whatever
People have their
Elizabeth
own,
says,
like,
I do.
Yes, I like that theme. Let's stick with that. Okay, so we're gonna bake it. We have toast points, also wonderful.
Yep.
We can also do spinach artichoke grilled cheese sandwich, which is like our best seller.
Just plain white bread?
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
you're gonna have it. Yes.
All right, here we go.
Enjoy.
Yeah, thank you.
I was more concerned about like the grilled cheese sandwiches that we sell at Bird Bakery. So
Ooh.
they're delicious. So you have a lot of options with that.
Okay.
Are
What
we
else?
ready to move on?
Yeah,
brisket?
let me have a bite real quick.
Okay, enjoy. Lean into it. Do you need your beer?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Very
grab your
tasty.
beer. Get your beer.
Okay, moving on. What's next?
Moving on. Now we have a brisket. So it's cold outside in many parts of the country. We don't want to be outside. I don't want to be outside at the barbecue. So this is my lazy girl brisket. It's a slow cooker. I love
Beautiful.
set it and forget it. That's kind of my vibe lately.
When we say slow cook, how slow?
8 to 10 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's great. It's just the easiest recipe in the world. Like if brisket can be intimidating, I think, for people because they think it's like barbecue and they think, you know, it's a lot. It's really not. Not with my recipe.
Set it and forget it.
Exactly. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna start with, you can do beef or pork. This
Brown
is pork.
sugar here?
This is brown sugar. That
Okay.
crystallizes it and caramelizes all the goodness. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna take all the spices. Wait, just get in there. Yeah,
Let's
put
go.
it in. Oh,
Let's
there we
go.
Mix it on up.
Thank you.
Putting you to work again.
Yep.
And then I like to really rub it in there, get in there. You can leave it for 30 minutes or you can leave it overnight
Okay.
if you want to really let it set. So I prefer like wrapping it in parchment.
Like
I
a
don't
real healthy dose here or what?
Yeah, oh no. But here's the thing, you don't want to put it on the fat, Jacob.
Oh, sorry, guys.
You want to put it on the side.
You
we have some work
you
to
had
do.
a fat side up. Look at Laura right now.
All the tips are happening. No, but you're going to take this with you. You'll thank me later.
Okay.
Okay, so we're putting this on. I like to wrap it in parchment. I don't love like plastic right on my meat.
Okay.
Wrap it in parchment, put it in your fridge overnight. Then this is the easiest thing in the world. Well, actually, the easiest thing in the world would be buying your own barbecue sauce. But if you want to make your own barbecue sauce, it's super simple. So you add all these barbecue sauce ingredients, put them in the slow cooker, mix it up, add this, cover it, boom, it's done. Put it in the.
But back up to the barbecue sauce just for 1 second. You add the barbecue sauce
before
in here.
Yes.
You mix it up and then you put it in.
Literally, it's a one bowl dish. You put it in,
Okay.
mix it up, add the brisket.
Great.
This is
cover
good.
it.
And can
It
you
is
just sort of
so
set
delicious.
it, and everybody shows up, and it's like you did all this
And
work.
you're like, hello, I've been in the kitchen for 12 hours. Welcome. I'm exhausted, but you haven't. You've been sleeping.
So what do we got
While I
here?
was cooking.
This is our sauce.
This is the sauce. So this is basically, you can do it in a pan.
And dump it in here.
Yes,
Okay.
you can do it in a pot if you want, but I prefer to just do it all in the slow cooker. Add the barbecue, all done. Pop it in the oven.
Yep.
350 again.
Okay.
30 minutes just to completely caramelize everything.
a little crispy on top.
Exactly. I love a wooden cutting board. Let it rest because all those juices. I know you had like a stint with vegetarianism. You could have brought
I'm
this.
back. I'm back in a major way.
So you let it rest.
We gotta
slice
run.
against the grain.
Elizabeth.
And you have sliders.
Ladies and gentlemen,
These are perfect football.
Elizabeth Chambers, delicious. I'm gonna have a little brisket myself. You can find her recipes on today.com/food. And be sure to catch Sunday night's big game between the Packers and the Vikings here on NBC, streaming on Peacock. Coverage starts at 7 p.m. Eastern.
To football.
Cheers.
Elizabeth, you need some work anytime you need a help.
Cheers to you, my friend. That's delicious.
We are back with our third and fourth hours and wishing you all a very happy new year.
This morning on the third hour of Today, our series, Head of the Class, the physical education teacher and budding social media star whose classes are about more than just fitness. Then, in She Made It, they're a perfect pair. The entrepreneurs out to solve a footwear dilemma.
They're stylish flats and they look great, but they're secretly a slipper.
How they poured out their heart and soul to build $1 million brand. And in the upside, the social club that's bringing new attention to an old game, even picking up a celebrity following. Today, Friday, December 29th, 2023. From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third hour of Today, our final broadcast of 2020.
Where did that year go?
Friday. Friday.
Made it.
Friday.
So what are we going to talk about?
Well, let me tell you, Ms. Jones.
Okay. Miss Jones,
As the years that come into it, we want to look back at some of our favorite moments from 2023. You had a couple.
I did. I had a tie.
A tie?
I did. I know we're not supposed to tie, but it's really a toss-up. So for 2023, the New York City Marathon, obviously it's something I never thought I could accomplish. And then Janet Jackson.
I forgot that was this year.
So did I. So I mean,
You have to pick one.
No. Because they feed
There's
two different parts of you.
things, right? Like the marathon transcended just me. Like the amount of feedback I got from people who were like, you know what, I'm going to try something, whatever.
And
then
the
Janet
people you
Jackson.
inspired.
See that girl crying next to me in that video? The one I told you was my babysitter? She remembers me dancing as Janet Jackson in 7th grade. Like in my basement.
kind of connected.
So it's all kind of connections. So
Yeah, one big favorite.
All right, Craig.
It was great. It was earlier in the year, so Delano's a big fan of Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, and so we were able to go to the Super Bowl and watch the Super Bowl together.
I forgot about that.
And they won, and I didn't realize until halftime that they might not win.
Oh, yeah.
And then I was like, this is going to be a memorable trip for all the wrong reasons.
Oh, man.
So he had a blast.
Sibby looks like
Sibby is living her best life, first of all.
It was a good time. We had a really good time.
That's awesome. And they're old enough to
Confetti goes
remember.
out.
Yes.
Right?
That's true.
Yeah.
How about you, Dylan? And this will be the last time we speak of this.
I will never mention it again in 2024.
This is your highlight?
This is the highlight when I found my luggage after it was gone
So
for
hold
8
on,
days.
just a sec. You had a spectacular trip to Italy.
Yes.
Paid for by your in-laws. The luggage, finding your luggage
was the
superseded that?
No, because I'll tell you right now, I went through the 5 stages of grief.
We all did. With you.
And then I let it go. I released it into the universe.
Well, they say
I
when you release
healed.
it.
And then I get a random
First
email
time I've
that
ever heard
says
you use the word healed.
I healed, and then I get a random email from Delta saying your luggage has been sitting in storage. Come get it, or we're going to get rid of it. So I'm like, oh, okay, be right
You
there.
had a fantastic trip to Italy.
Yeah, the
all expenses paid.
But again, this is the last we speak of it.
This is
Wait, hold on. Should we hold on to
this
the
is me
moment?
releasing it. Hey, that's the outfit I wore the whole trip.
The those are the sweatsuits I got for your kids.
Those are the
Got
sweatsuits.
those from Harlem.
There were some Speedos mixed in there. I ended up cutting the bottom half of Calvin's pants off to turn them into shorts because it was 105 degrees.
Al, what was your highlight?
Where you cut their pants.
Okay, guys, look at these pictures.
I know,
so
and I'm wearing the same thing in every one.
Al, what was? I would assume. Oh, that's a nice
Yeah.
picture. Look at this.
That was Mount Etna behind us.
You're on Mount Etna. Luggage. What,
right, your
what was your
turn.
highlight?
Being here in 2024.
Being alive.
Being alive.
Well, that's good.
Just being
Drop the mic.
alive and just
Alwyn.
being here, and thanks to just a lot of great people, folks like you, and
Was this when we announced that you were coming back?
and our viewers and my family.
Oh my goodness.
And so that was that meant a lot. So it was
We had
everything
all
after that was gravy.
Al, we had all the emotions that day. Just seeing you come back. I mean, we were all just. I don't even know how to put it into words.
Well, we were all scared for you for a while. I'm
Nervous.
sure you were too.
No, I wasn't actually. That was I'm serious. That was
You
the
didn't
best
know
part
how
of
bad it was.
I didn't know how bad it was, and I was talking to an anesthesiologist for a piece that's coming up. Who's a doctor who's turned a chef. He does both, and he said there's a little thing that they do that kind of helps you forget.
Wow.
That near term, so that you forget about what happened in surgery.
Wow. Wait, there's a phone call. Did you hear this? Sky is on the line. She wants to know why she's not sure.
Why by the way,
Because that actually happened. No, it actually happened this year.
What a year.
What a year.
But here's the thing. You remember, he came back from his near-death experience, and then a few months
to put
later.
it that way.
Well, it's true.
That's true.
And then,
As Craig said, I was in heaven's waiting room.
he was. But we pulled him out of there.
Okay.
We pulled him out with
Not
prayer.
today.
So, not today, Sadie. But then a few months later,
Why'd you look at me when you said that?
Anyway, what's your point?
he comes back. He has knee surgery. Remember that?
Oh, that's.
Then he has to get.
I doubted that knee surgery. In my
So
head.
that was pretty epic as well.
Sure.
So here's how he came back from that, if you don't recall.
Okay. All right, up next, a woman who may change the way you think about work-life
I know,
balance.
right?
Yeah,
Her strategy to find more.
Jesus Christ! We did run. He's back early. My God, what's up, brother?
Love to just yell.
He
in
does.
people's
He likes to
faces.
scare people.
I'm mad that you screamed and we ran.
We
Yeah,
ran.
you guys ran.
There's a joke in there somewhere, but I won't make it.
Yeah, it was. Go watch the Kings of Comedy.
Right.
That'll explain it.
We did what we were supposed to do.
That's right. All right. So at the beginning of the year, we all. You okay?
Because we just saw it in real time. You know?
Yes, it's true. So watch it
We all
back.
made resolutions. So let's find out how we did. Craig, let's see what you said.
Okay.
I want to do less and sleep more.
That's fair.
I want to sleep more.
What's your wife think of that?
I haven't run it by her. I haven't run it by her.
You seemed a little grumpy.
I did.
Yeah,
Because I wanted to sleep.
sleepy.
And here's the thing. I did the exact opposite this year. So I did more and slept less.
So it didn't work
No,
out.
no,
All
I
right.
failed
Yeah,
miserably.
you have kids. Like
All right.
you're not.
Yeah, that's right.
sleeping.
Forget it. Until they are literally out of the house.
This is why Al's like living the life right now.
Yeah,
You
they're
always
out.
seem so energetic. You're right.
How about you, Ms. Jones? Let's see what you said.
Y'all didn't love mine last year. 23 is brought to you by the letter P.
Oh God.
Okay?
That is so awful.
I love it when you're honest.
Well, it was shockingly bad.
Because I was like patience, peace, prosperity.
How'd you do?
I mean, I'm.
P for pretty bad.
No, I think I'm patient.
P for pathetic.
Oh, then they start doing exactly the same jokes as last year. All right, your turn. Did you make one?
Dylan.
Oh, your turn.
I don't remember what it was.
Oh, well, that's why we have the tape.
Okay.
I literally can't think of anything. Like I've got enough on my plate right now as it is to add in like exercise or eating health. Like I just.
You also,
I'm trying to get
you
through
credit.
each day.
You're pretty regimented. I feel like you do a really good job of living, adulting.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you
I
didn't.
guess I didn't come up with one.
Well, so you didn't fail.
Well, because
That's true.
The kids are all
I'm
alive.
not setting
trying to
myself up for
survive.
failure.
Yeah.
Just trying to get through each day.
That's so. Did you make one up? No.
Yeah, stay alive.
He wasn't here.
Good job.
You weren't here.
Oh, that's
You were
right.
trying to stay alive. Yeah.
Good job.
Staying alive.
Nailed it.
Staying alive.
You sucked the landing.
All right. There you go.
What a
Good
year.
stuff.
Gosh.
I think we got to go to commercial now.
Okay. Let's do that. Oh
no, we have a little toast.
Oh, a toast. That's what we
This
don't
is
know.
great, Brian.
This is really great.
Thank you. We were looking for a drink.
Brian's resolution is to stop bringing us drinks.
Yeah, but you can also have some.
Here's to 2024.
Yeah.
More fun,
guys.
and
More
more
fun with
friendship,
you guys.
and more love.
Thank you.
Yes,
All right.
You guys at home
Love you
too.
guys.
Thanks
There you
for
go.
laughing.
Well, it is winter break right now, but we're going to head to school. I recently met an award-winning physical education teacher who is combining dancing, fun, and fitness, and he is making an impact far beyond the gym.
Now I skip into work. Teaching is so much fun. I am in a great school.
Thomas Gilardi, a physical education teacher, has taught for the last 9 years at PS 173 in New York and is affectionately known as Coach.
Oh, we got a tie over here.
Why did you want to become a phys ed teacher?
I was always passionate in anything that I did, and I always gravitated towards sports. Soccer was really my game. Once I figured out I wasn't going to be a pro, I'm like, what else should I do? And I realized I kind of had a gift working with kids. Like if I wanted to make them laugh, they'd laugh. I wanted to make them do things, they'd listen. And I'm like, this is kind of fun.
Coach is crushing it, the 2022 Elementary PE Teacher of the Year, who also happens to be a hit on social media.
Hi, my name is Coach Gilardi.
Creating the Phys Ed Zone in 2018 to help strengthen students mostly through dance movement. After watching kid-friendly exercise videos online with his class, he thought,
I can do that. I got a tripod and an iPad, and I did it. And I put it on my own YouTube channel.
Welcome to the Phys Ed Zone.
more than 22,000 YouTube subscribers and more than 5 million views later, Coach lunges and kicks, claps and jumps to encourage children's health and fitness.
Are you ready? 2 hands, same time.
Where did the ideas come from for the movements and everything you're doing?
I started asking the students, like, which songs do you want to hear? And I would just kind of say, let's do some free dancing to it. And I'd watch them. And then I'd go to my basement and practice in front of the mirror.
So these videos started before COVID?
Yes, I had about 25 dance videos. And then COVID happened.
Yeah.
And everyone had to figure out remote learning. So now I went from teaching my school, my community, now I'm teaching
everywhere.
It was unbelievable. You got it?
What do you see in him as a teacher?
He really thinks about where phys ed's going to take kids. It's not just a job for him. He really is looking to inspire kids for their futures.
Why is it important to get kids to play as part of exercise?
We're living in a day and age where there's so many other options to avoid being fit. I see my students once a week, maybe twice at best. I know I'm making an impact, but what real impact can I really make in that short period of time? Has been really my biggest challenge.
On the flip side, Coach educates the next generation of PE teachers through TikTok.
Tips for PE teachers.
Where he has 74,000 followers and more than 3 million likes.
Give it a try.
Why did you want to do that?
The best way for PE teachers to be prepared to teach is mentorship. So now they have their degree, they're applying for a position, and now they're teaching with really no skills. Why not share basic tips and tricks to help these future professionals?
Time for me to get in the Phys Ed Zone.
One of the tips you have is a hula hoop hut.
Yes,
Can you help me make one?
of course.
I did it.
Yeah.
Yes, you're a good teacher.
Finally, I get to join in imaginative fun and games with Coach and his students. No equipment needed, just a willingness to play along.
First, activities called Look Away.
There are lots of whistles,
Freeze!
hopping, and laughing.
1 foot? That's crazy. What? I can't do that.
And the real crowd pleaser? Think rock, paper, scissors, plus a flexibility and balance challenge.
Banana split.
Oh, no.
Okay, I got this. Banana split.
No.
We had so much fun in PE class today. Give it a try.
It's one of the most fun stories I've ever done. Coach's wife is also a PE teacher, and by the way, his reach is growing. He now has more than 6 million views on YouTube and 76,000 TikTok followers.
That is awesome.
Nothing like my PE teacher. No, Mr. Carbrowitz.
This is way more fun.
What was his name?
Awesome.
Tony Carbrowitz.
No, I had Miss Wilson.
I still have nightmares about climbing the rope.
But that was during your big day. You were probably bigger back then.
We wouldn't have mattered.
It doesn't matter.
Just they didn't have
It's
much
just that
upper
stupid
arm
rope.
strength.
Up next, a business that's changing the game when it comes to guys' grooming products. It was started by a man who comes from a family of entrepreneurs. And then later, our series, The Upside, the social club is bringing new life to an old game and even getting some celebrity attention. Third hour of today, right back after this. Back now with our series, The Upside, and a business owner who was groomed for success. Michael James was raised in a family of entrepreneurs, so it's really no coincidence that his mission in life is growing his own business. With Frederick Benjamin Grooming, he pays tribute to his grandfather while also filling a need in the market catering to men of color.
These are the first set of products. So this is our regimen for dry scalp and hair.
Michael James, a former brand manager for beauty and personal care companies, is the creative behind Frederick Benjamin Grooming. The industry veteran leveraged his experience to start the hair care, shaving, and beard product line in 2010 with the goal of empowering men of color to look and feel their best. When people use your products, how do you want them to feel?
I want them to feel confident, to feel that sense of pride and grace that my grandfather had.
His grandfather, whose name graces Michael's company, and what originally started as a side hustle using barbershops as the backdrop for getting feedback on those early formulas, grew in 2016 to become a full-time job.
Frederick Benjamin is my grandfather, who was also an entrepreneur in South Carolina.
In fact, Frederick Benjamin Schumpert was a black man who ran a turpentine-turned-lumber mill business in the Jim Crow South.
He started his business in 1939. I was fortunate enough to watch that operations at an early age.
And as I understand it, also fortunate to be able to actually give paychecks on Fridays sometime.
That was a highlight of my Friday afternoon. I got to stand on the porch, watch the guys gather around and call their names, and they'd come up, I'd give them a check. So that experience, that memory, like, sits with me.
What do you think that taught you?
Being able to see my grandfather and then later my parents operate a business helped me understand that this was attainable. And lumber wasn't really kind of my thing. But I knew something entrepreneurial would be great.
So, Michael went the route of owning the grooming experience, offering solutions specifically catering to the unique needs of melanated skin and hair.
How would you describe your products? Clean, natural grooming products for men with dry itchy scalp or coarse curly hair. We're without petroleum, sulfates, parabens, and things of that nature. And like our pomade is water-based. Leave-in conditioner.
I had the chance to try some of Michael's best sellers.
And this is our daily hydrator.
It's not thick and...
It's not thick and greasy, and you can...
Oh, it's got a nice scent to it.
That's right.
Oh, I like that brush, too. That's a nice brush.
And then this is fast becoming our #1 product. It adds some hold and some nice shine.
Does it reverse gray? Doesn't do that yet.
But we're working on it.
Oh, you really? In addition to online sales, the grooming products are available in big box stores, Target, and Walmart. Seems like you might be in a pretty good spot now.
Definitely bigger opportunities, but bigger challenges.
You have 2 daughters. Are they watching and thinking, maybe I should continue the family tradition of entrepreneurship?
Before I moved into this warehouse, they would come to the storage unit, they would go to the post office and watch me drop off orders for the day. If they want to take it over and if it's still available, by all means. But at least the exposure is what counts.
Is it true that one of the girls carries around one of your products in her purse all the time?
Nola, my 17-year-old.
What does she carry?
She carries a pomade. It sleeks down her ponytail and it gives her that shine.
Where do you see Frederick Benjamin grooming in 5-10 years?
Skincare, body care, and in a lot more stores.
What do you think Frederick Benjamin Shumpert would say about all of this?
Well, my mother says that he would be extremely proud, and that makes me more than proud.
Since our story aired, Frederick Benjamin is expanding its product list. They're adding a razor bump treatment in early 2024. It's called Bump Clear, and it's coming to more than 200 Walmart stores in February. Full disclosure, I got some early access to the Bump Clear.
How do you like it?
I switched from what I was using about 6 months ago. It's made a big difference.
Listen,
not to
everybody
endorse
needs
the product,
self-care.
but
No, for sure.
Yeah.
That's right. Now, are they going to do anything like for bald guys?
You know what? I'm going to talk. I'll ask Michael
Like a
about
head
that.
nourishment.
A head nourishment.
I would like that. We are back with food for thought. Diner food always hits the spot. Who doesn't like a good diner?
Love a good diner.
And Dylan, this is for you because it's New Jersey. New Jersey is known as the diner capital of the U.S. More than 400 diners across the state.
They're
That's
good.
right. I recently caught up with one couple who's making a meal out of visiting every single one of them.
Huh.
Everybody would be fortunate if they could have an epic quest that they were on. What is your epic quest?
Well, our quest is to eat at every diner in the state of New Jersey, and it's turning out to be a bigger quest than we probably originally anticipated.
New Jersey residents John and Carrie Ricklin have an appetite for a greasy spoon. So why diners, Carrie?
Gotta eat.
Yeah, true. Since 2015, John and Carrie have paid a visit to some of the Garden State's finest diners. This meal at the Mark Twain Diner in Union marks their 212th. So are you both from New Jersey?
No, actually, I'm the Jersey girl.
I am the Westchesterite. Oh. And moved to New Jersey when we got married.
The Ricklands have been married 39 years.
I'm a nurse. I went to nursing school, and coincidentally or not, his sister was my roommate.
Oh.
The nursing club, whatever, was having a semi-formal, so his sister said, John, would you be my roommate's date? So he did her a favor, and we've been together since.
The couple building their life together, raising 2 daughters before this food journey began.
It was about 8 years ago. While we were in Livingston, New Jersey, and there was a diner around the corner. I was holding the menu, and she just snapped a picture of me, and really half jokingly, I said, it would be really cool if we could take this exact same picture at every diner in the state of New Jersey. And I'd say over the next 2 years or so, we'd go to a diner every few months, and just for the kicks, we would take the same picture. And then we were down in South Jersey, and at that point, I sort of remembered, you know what, that little idea we had about the diners, let's do it.
When he proposed this, Carrie, what was your reaction?
Let me see if I can get off of work.
Since then, John and Carrie have averaged about 2 to 3 diner visits per month, or about 35 per year. For you guys, what constitutes a diner?
If it was called a diner, it is a diner. Usually a small business. Booths and counters are a must. Breakfast anytime that they're open. That's pretty much how a diner's, defined.
While you'll find lots of menu photos on their Instagram account, NJ Diner Journey, one thing you won't find? Reviews.
Even on the ones that we may not have had a great experience with, I know a small business owner who's busting his rear end and he may be having a bad day.
Yeah.
And I'm not trashing him on Yelp or on Google because that's the case. So we kind of stay away from reviewing them.
What's been among your favorite moments doing this?
Talking to the waitresses is great. They all have the personality. I'll call you hun like they did it when they went to last night. I go, yep, we're at a real diner.
How does it feel doing something like this?
If it's with him, I would do almost anything.
Soon enough, lunch was served.
Oh, there you go.
Let's see, you've got a wrap. Gary, you've got a salad. I got grilled cheese with bacon. Is there something you guys always order?
Salads.
And a tuna sandwich sometimes.
And if it's not floppy.
The basics, a burger, most of the time wraps, paninis, like the souvlaki and gyro platters.
And before we left, I knew we had to toast to John and Carrie's appetizing adventure. I know you guys, one of your traditions is to take a picture with holding the menu of the diner. Can I photobomb with you?
Absolutely.
Come on over.
Macaroni and
cheese. The couple expects to hit diner number 230 before the end of the year. Get this, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy himself even called them to thank them for supporting small business.
I mean, that's a lot of money they've been
What's your
spending.
favorite? Call me and thank me too. I've supported a lot of diners in
Do you
New
have a
Jersey.
favorite?
Golden Bell Diner. I always went to with my dad.
I love that.
In your town?
In my town.
Do you get breakfast or lunch or a little bit of both?
You get everything.
Get everything.
That's the best part of the diner.
Pancakes, hamburger,
For a
whatever
short
you want.
stack and a burger.
I love that. Well, now it's time for another great story from our series, The Upside. It's about a fast-growing social club where young people gather to play a game that's been around for about 200 years. NBC News and Now anchor Joe Fryer got a crash course in Mahjong.
It's a game that connects players to their culture and to each other. Mahjong, which was the backdrop for a pivotal scene in the movie Crazy Rich Asians. These days, the green tile is in style. Mahjong is having a bit of a renaissance.
Honestly, I think it's because at its core, Mahjong is a very simple game and a very social game, and it's just the ultimate connector.
It's why Joe Shu, Ernie Chan, Sarah Tang, and Grace Liu created the Green Tile Social Club, which didn't start as a club. It started with a simple Instagram story.
Hungry to play Mahjong, who's down to learn?
At first, 4 of them gathered for a weekly game night.
And that slowly just grew and grew. We posted on our stories and people were like, wait, I want to learn how to play. Or I've been looking for this.
Before you knew it, they had an Instagram account, then a logo, then a name, all promoting their meetups.
What does that say, the fact that it's grown so quickly?
It says that Mahjong is back.
I think it speaks a lot to young Asian Americans like us looking for that community and looking to connect back to our roots and culture.
Many grew up watching their parents and grandparents play, and it was serious business.
And one day I finally got the approval to have my own seat at the table.
You have to get approval?
Once they think you know what you're doing. you're like, okay, you can have your own seat.
Of course, that's not everyone's experience.
I didn't learn until recently. For a lot of my life, I was always too intimidated, and then it wasn't until I came to New York and I met all of us together, they taught me how to play.
Grace is far from alone. That's why the club focuses on teaching newcomers.
I'm new. Am I going to be okay?
You're going to be just fine.
Even teaching me.
The name of the game in Mahjong is to create a winning hand.
I was joined by a couple fellow novices.
Have you been dying to play?
I've been dying to play. I'm so excited for this.
We listened intently as Joe showed us how the game bears some resemblance to poker.
Instead of a deck of cards, you've got a wall of tiles.
After a quick lesson,
90,000.
East.
Oh. Nice.
We were playing.
Whiteboard. Fortune.
6 of high.
I. Pung.
Yes.
Woohoo!
And catching on.
North.
Making it accessible at all levels is key to attracting so many players.
A lot of people come in and they meet people. By the end of meetup, they're all exchanging numbers, social handles, and then we end up seeing them all hanging out outside of our events as well.
Word travels so fast, it recently reached a surprising name.
SNL's Bowen Yang showed up?
Yeah.
What? Did that blow your mind?
The craziest moment ever. And he showed up on time, right at the start, stayed through the entire event, played with us.
What did that tell you?
We're a big deal, I guess.
So big, Ember Lowe brought her mom, who was visiting from China.
How much is mom helping you here today?
We've only won once so far, actually, out of 5 games.
Still, that family connection is important. Just ask Lenny on.
For me, it's a way to connect with my grandma because she has Alzheimer's and it helps keeps her wits a lot. So when we're doing it, when we're playing, it kind of really helps keeps her mind sharp.
That must mean a lot to you.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing.
These green-clad tiles are not building walls, they're tearing them down.
In doing so, keeping hundreds of years of tradition alive too, and making sure that we can pass it down to the next generation just like our parents and our grandparents did, and keeping it alive.
Jill, thank you. The Green Tile Social Club has big things planned in 2024. In fact, in February, they'll be holding their biggest event to coincide with the Lunar New Year celebration. I love that it's intergenerational.
No, but I think I want to
learn how to do it.
Looks fun.
Good deal.
We're back now with another She Made It. Two friends set out to solve a problem in footwear. Our Today lifestyle and commerce contributor, Jill Martin Brooks, found out how they're combining fashion and comfort.
We were just kind of frustrated at the lack of fashionable shoes for the home. And I thought, this is funny. Why hasn't somebody solved this problem?
Bianca Gates and Marissa Sharkey are a pair made in shoe heaven. The entrepreneurial duo is behind the women's footwear brand, Birdies, that combines style, comfort, and versatility.
They're stylish flats and they look great, but they're secretly a slipper.
The idea for Birdies was hatched in 2015, the year Bianca and Marissa became friends while living in Manhattan.
Tell me how you met. Our husbands were going to business school on the West Coast, and they made the connection that their girlfriends at the time were living in New York and they should set us up. But we totally hit it off because we both just have a love of entertaining friends and family, and we're both incredibly driven professionally.
Bianca was working at Facebook overseeing retail partnerships, and Marissa was Group Vice President of Strategy at Ross Stores. One day, Bianca sent Marissa an idea.
And I just texted her stylish slippers, and she said, I'm in.
The goal was to create the perfect indoor slipper, stylish enough to entertain company and comfortable after a long day.
Where do you start?
Well, first we started with Google, how to make shoes. And that led to nowhere.
And
So
that's
then
that's literally what you did. How to make
Literally
shoes.
how to make shoes.
Cutting them in our living room and gluing different things together and just kind of understanding what are the components in here. What we learned very quickly is that slippers are made in a slipper factory and shoes are made in a shoe factory. And we wanted to combine those two things, and that was unheard of.
They invested $100,000 to start the business, found a manufacturer, and 9 months later launched Birdies with just 1,800 pairs of slippers.
We couldn't afford to buy half sizes. So we only had full sizes, which is insane because they're meant to fit you perfectly.
Right.
So it was a bit of a disaster.
Their initial investment went entirely to production costs. So with no money left for advertising or marketing, they hosted trunk shows and pop-up sales among friends, family, and acquaintances.
We had celebrity stylists reaching out. We had editors reaching out, wanting to talk about the social slipper.
Birdie's success soared once the duo sent a pair to Meghan Markle in 2016.
She would be caught by paparazzi just wearing us. And then there was speculation that she was dating Prince Harry, and we thought, gosh, can you even believe if she's dating a prince, And they had announced their engagement, and the headlines everywhere were Birdies, the slipper fit for a princess. And it just was we just could not believe it.
I have the chills. It's like if you wrote the book.
Totally.
You can't write the book. You just have to
Cinderella.
It's like Cinderella.
They sold out quickly and had a 30,000 person wait list. Bianca and Marissa then raised more funds to create more versatile shoes.
We introduced a broader product line, not just shoes that you would necessarily want to wear at home, but sneakers that were very comfortable.
Birdies has sold over 1 million pairs to date. They credit their massive success to creating the business one step at a time.
I think a lot of times entrepreneurs get tripped up on, I need to raise capital, and I need, what's the long-term plan and world domination? And we always just say, just start small. Just start with whatever you have in front of you.
And being unafraid to ask questions.
To this day, I think people are annoyed with all of our questions, but at the same time, that's what's made us successful.
The shoes are very comfortable. Yeah, you just want to wear them all day. And the date our story aired was one of Birdie's top 10 best sales days ever.
Oh, wow. The power of the Today
Thanks
Show.
to you guys. The power of
she
Jill.
made it.
Yeah. Yes.
Up next, we're going to take a look back at all the fun we've had this past year. We're going to be right back.
A lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Man, it is hard to believe another year just about in the books. In our time together, we ate, we drank, we traveled, we tried plenty of new experiences, and we had a lot of laughs along the way. So, As we close out December, it's time for one of our favorite traditions, a look back at all the fun we had this year.
I say, oh, go on, and just like that, you're giving me a good feeling. Something about you pulls me in. I get a good feeling. You're getting underneath my skin. You're giving me a good feeling. Take me to a place I've never been. I get a good feeling. A good feeling.
What day is it? Hump day. Mike. Very excited. It's Friday Eve. Some call it Thursday.
It's
Friday.
Yeah. Hey, let's go. This party is started right now.
Oh, hey. Oh. It's official. I am running the 2023 New York City Marathon.
Are you going to run another marathon?
No, we're one and done.
Maybe I should have taken my keys out of my pocket.
It's like Dirty Dancing. Elsa.
Whoa, no, over here.
Here comes Penelope.
When we come back,
our first stop.
Where is Chanel? Can you not see through it?
It's kind of nice. No.
Take your thing
You
off.
can't see through it. I come this close to like cussing on live television once a week because of you.
Drop the fork.
Cheers.
Cheers.
This is pretty good.
It's good.
I'm so happy. I was excited.
I was really skeptical too.
I've always said pasta fagioli.
Oh, that's terrible.
I'd say fagioli.
Yeah. Well, there's a joke in there somewhere.
Are we in wine country? Oh, wait, look at this.
Come on up here. Come on over. Hop on, kids.
Cheers to living the California dream.
Woo! We saw all this from the ground today, but from above, it's just that much more beautiful.
Postcard perfect.
Can we cue the music? Later, I have no idea.
It's only fitting that I'm surrounded by my Minion buddies because we're here in the brand new Minion Land.
You don't tiptoe into the Derby here. Everyone is all in.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Yes.
I want one for my.
Oh. Hey. Okay. Tiffany. Wow.
I get to be on the job, on the field, right here at Fenway Park. We got a strike.
Oh, welcome to the Shenandoah Rangers.
I've got a badge and I've got power and I'm going to use it.
That's how you water the plant?
You got to water it like that.
What? Let's hope all these plants are still alive tomorrow.
I love this job. Like, what? Where's the dash? Love Chanel. Thank you.
All right, turn that music up, honey. I can't hear it.
There we go.
1, 2, 3. Okay, do your left. 7 and left, right. No, left.
The other left.
Okay. Left, right, left. Right, left, right.
Okay.
Left, now get a little
Okay.
A little shoulder.
Okay.
All my love's for you, always been true. Edge of me, never but I can wait for you to wrap your wings around me, baby.
One of the best days of my life. I'm gonna do the ugly cry when this is all over.
What the heck is happening in this place?
Who let the dogs out?
Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true.
You're a pal and a confidant.
So good, so good, so good. I'm never gonna let you down. Always gonna build you up. When you're feeling lost, I will always find you love. Never gonna walk away. Always gonna have your back. And if nothing else, you can always count on that. When you need me, I will be here. I will be here. I will be here. I
was good.
Aw,
Yeah,
I love you
forgot some of
guys.
it. Man.
You do forget. But I feel like I'm not doing all this stuff with like people I work with.
You have
You guys
to.
are my friends. It's
I
just
know.
really a lot of fun.
Don't get me to
like
cry.
I'm your friend too.
Don't get me to cry.
Yeah, it was sweet.
Yes, we hope you enjoyed that. We certainly enjoyed the year we had. Can't wait for more fun next year. Third hour of Today will be right back.
Monday on the third hour of Today, a trailblazing woman who is about to make space history.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, New Year's Eve makeup tips and cocktails for your big bash.
We will see you next week.
Drink up, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Bye-bye.
Today, we are ready to ring in 2024 with a look back at all the fun, friendship, and feel-good moments of 2023. Plus, celebrity-inspired makeup looks for your New Year's Eve bash. And cocktails and mocktails to get the party started.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
And Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey, everybody! Happy December 29th. It's almost New Year's Eve.
We are counting down. This is our New Year's Eve show.
Goodbye, 2023.
We're all dressed
Bye.
up. We're going to celebrate New Year's a little early because why not?
I just love a new year. I love a reason to like make a change. You know what I've been thinking about? Even though there's change, and that happens when you move or you get another job or you break up with someone. That's change. What I want to do this year, we should both do, is something different. Transformation. Ooh. Transformation is when you evolve. It's not like changing your location, your circumstance,
Cutting your hair.
Your hair. I lost 10 pounds. That's all good. Change is amazing. But a transformation is something different. And I think that's bigger. It's more meaningful. It's lasting. It doesn't last for as long as you think, because you all think the new job's going to help it. The 10 pounds is going to help it. Whatever it is going to make it feel better. It's going to soothe it. But that's there.
Yeah.
But transformation, which I think we're both working on, is something that can happen.
Well, and it takes
work.
learning,
yes.
right? Yeah, with work.
Yeah.
It takes the discipline.
So what do you think your 2024 is going to be like?
I think it's going to be great.
Yeah.
What do you think yours is going to be
I think it's going to be slower. I think I'm going to slow it down a little.
Okay, we've said that.
I know, but this one time I mean it.
We've said, please slow it down. That was actually
This time I really mean
that
it,
was
not
my
last year.
September New Year's resolution.
Slow it down.
And I've been running ragged.
Well, you know what? Because you were on a book tour. You had a
went
lot
on a
going
book tour.
on.
I need to slow. You know what? I'd like to slow it down too.
Slow it down and have things that are more meaningful. It's like, don't go wide, go deep. We're not going to skim the trees and have a bunch of surface conversations. We're going to have one good one.
Yes.
We're not going to run around to a million places and say, I went here, I went there. We're going to go to one place we are in love with.
Yes.
That's what we're going to do. We're not going to go wide. We're going to go deep.
Yes.
That's what we're doing.
So if you all are going to New Year's Eve party, we're going to help you out.
There's a flirting
This might be for you.
There's a flirting technique. It's going viral on TikTok. It's called the flirting triangle. Check out. There's a video that explains how to do it. Let's see.
Step 1. Look directly into the eyes of the person you want to seduce. Step 2. Move your gaze into their left eye and then their right eye. Step 3. Look down at their mouth. You then move your gaze back to their left eye, therefore creating the triangle method.
Wait, I got confused. So wait, it's left eye. Wait, do it again.
Can we see that again?
Look directly into the eyes of both people. Then move your gaze into their left eye, then the right. So we look at both eyes.
Okay.
Don't look like that. Why are you doing that? You're like this.
Well, I am sorry.
Not bug eye. Just look. Look at me like, yeah.
No, but I'm embarrassed.
Well, let's just, we can do triangle. Let's not put any emotion into it.
Okay, well, I tried to look normal, and you told me not
Step
like
1,
that.
Look directly into the eyes of the person. Okay. Now. Step 2. Move your gaze to their left eye and their right eye. Why are you winking?
No, that's me moving my gaze.
Left eye. No, just look. Left eye. Now, look down at their mouth. And back up to their eyes. No, because you.
Oh, yours works.
Thank you.
But mine is like, I'm the whole time I'm thinking, is this the left or is this the right? Left or right? Oh, right. Like I just couldn't.
So that's it.
Nail that.
So it's both eyes, then left eye, right eye, down to the lips, because then you know you're looking downstairs right here. Then back up. See that? Down and then up.
I don't know. I don't know about that, y'all. I would say only if you know your left from rights should you bring that out at the bar tonight.
All right, 2023 is almost history, but let's be real. What do you remember about 2023?
Do we remember any of it?
No.
We don't know. We're going to play a fun game to find out right after this. I just feel like it's too...
No, but you're doing deliberately. What if it was subtle?
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
All right, the end of 2023 means the end of another busy year on our show. In fact, we did the math. We packed in about 1,500 segments, from celebrity interviews to performances and more.
But here's the question. How much of that, how many of those do we actually remember?
Are you talking to me?
Us.
Because I'm not sure, but we're about to find out in a Does This Ring the Bell?
Here to host is the woman who knows the mostest about our show, executive producer Talia Parkinson-Jones.
Hi, Talia.
Talia.
You are the leader.
Yes.
You are the head honcho. Do you remember all of these things?
I do.
Oh.
But I think you guys will too.
Okay.
All right. So here's how it works. I will ask you guys specific moments from the show.
Okay.
If it rings a bell, you ring the bell.
Okay,
cool.
Okay. Here's question number one.
Okay.
This past April, we took a trip to New Orleans for Jazz Fest. Name the article of clothing you both made headlines for wearing. Hodo.
Short shorts.
Yes.
Of course.
There we go.
Totally tush out.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
Wow, they were real
That's
short.
a beautiful picture, too.
Okay.
Thank you for choosing it. Okay.
All right. In August, you gave a guest a Hoda and Jenna hat as a gift for the second time. This guest refused to put the hat on both times.
I know it.
Me too.
Who go?
It was LL Cool J.
Yes, LL Cool J. All right, here we go. This one's a little bit harder. Y'all ready?
We're getting harder as we go.
All right, this year we curated our first summer playlist of your songs and our guest songs. Name one song from the playlist.
Oh, the Jonas Brothers, that cruel, with the one about this Waffle House.
Yes.
Oh, wow. And she chose Fast Car.
Yes. Oh, no, that's not on there.
She didn't? She was Fast Car?
I added it late, and y'all said you were going to put it on.
You chose Flo Rida.
I did. I chose him to that new one.
Oh.
Go.
All right. Okay, y'all ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. In April, you tried a viral espresso martini. Name the surprising ingredient used on top of that martini.
Oh, on top of it?
Something
surprising?
Something that you love.
Oh, I remember Velveeta cheese.
No, but Parmesan cheese.
Parm. Oh, sad. How come we're not doing scores? Is it because everyone's afraid? Okay.
All right.
Okay.
During our Halloween 70s variety show, we had a sketch in which you two played Sonny and Cher.
I remember.
And welcomed famous trick-or-treaters. Name all four. JBH.
Mary Tyler Moore, Diana Ross, Lionel Richie, and Marlon Jackson.
Yes!
Good girl.
Good job.
I mean, thank goodness we remember.
So this July, Jenna gave our viewers the following piece of advice.
Oh, no. I'm scared of it already.
She said, bring extra sunscreen if you're going to do this thing. Name the activity.
Oh.
Have sex on the beach.
No!
That sounds like something you would say.
I did not say that.
You said going to a
I said going to a new, laying out topless.
Okay, you don't get a point for that. You do not get a point because you didn't quite remember.
All right, here's the
I
last
do.
one.
You were the one that made it pervy.
Well, that's what it was in your mind.
All right, y'all ready? This is the last one.
Okay.
All right, in June, a funny actor and his mother, hilarious mother, by the way, joined him on the show. Wait, whoop. His mom admitted to turning down a meeting with President Obama because she wanted to play bingo in Vegas. Name the actor.
Anthony Edwards. No.
Anthony. Mackie? No.
Anthony.
I know Anthony. I see him.
Me too. Anthony. And his mom was Mama.
Yeah.
No, not Mama Kelsey. Anthony
Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. Who did I say?
All right, so who was the winner? Hoda's the winner.
Hoda.
What do I get? Something good? Oh, my crown.
A crown.
To wear for a year.
Well, it's okay. I'm going to put this crown on myself.
I like it.
It looks pretty.
Oh, y'all look cute.
All right, y'all.
All right. Okay, before we look ahead to 2024, we're going to take a nice look back.
All the good times and unforgettable memories of 2023 right after this.
Can you believe this is the last show of 2023?
I really can't, but what a year it's been, full of laughs and memorable moments.
Let's take a walk down memory lane and look back at the games we played, the trips we took, the celebrity friends who stopped by, and most importantly, all the fun we had in 2023.
So get up.
Let's go! Let's go! Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Come on in.
Wait, this is our table. You can pull up a chair.
in. We're talking about it.
Yeah, we are talking about it.
You know when there are the people in your life that you just love with everything? They make your life full. That's you for me.
You joined the show 4 years ago, and you stepped into a role that you were unfamiliar with. The way you've grown, not just on this show, you have a company now. Y'all, Jenna is something. We've got Mr. Matthew McConaughey.
We get to catch up with Mindy Kaling. I'm excited. Everything feels like Kwanzaa and a bat mitzvah. We out here. Get this segment going, ladies.
I've been wanting to try this.
You have? I love ranch. Who doesn't? That is such a nod.
You be putting your heels on.
I like the whispering.
Can we save that for later?
Happy birthday, Hollywood. Doris, I feel like you were born to entertain.
I'm natural. He needs a script.
What do you watch?
Hoda and Jenna. I watch that. That's one of my favorite ones. You guys have made me a lot of money.
Andy Cohen says Hoda Kotb should date.
Oh my God.
Size. I think because if it was big and bulky, you would say no.
You heard it here. Hoda says size matters.
I couldn't be in better company. I think you ladies are amazing.
You have no idea how good I feel about the two of you. You're like the perfect combination because together you make each other better.
Hoda, I got a little surprise for you. Drew Brees.
Oh!
Here he is.
Miss Val, could we get a hug, Miss Val?
Miss Powell, you are live on Hoda and Jenna right now.
All right, Helen, come on out. You are both recipients of KIPP's Goldberg Scholarship. You're each going to receive $60,000.
The Aerie Real Foundation will be providing a $10,000 grant.
You are going to Punta Cana.
Secret milkshake, Playa del Carmen.
I am cancer-free. You two really got me through. You really did. You just bring the joy and energy. It's just amazing.
Are you ready, Jenna?
Let's get this party started.
This crowd is crazy.
Imagine what it would feel like to go to Jazz Fest with the Queen of New Orleans. The Queen is Hoda Kotb, of course.
Are you ready for Jazz Fest? Let's have some fun.
Excusez-moi, how do you say let the fun begin? Que la fête commence.
Que la fête commence. We are celebrating Winter Carnival in the awesome place. We're in Quebec.
Here we go. Go to the back. Okay, there we go.
Every segment, Chris is going to give Jenna a brand new look. Work it, work it. Every year I do a signal for my kids. Jenna wants a signal.
Yes, I'd like a signal.
What about this move? And we did it!
Oh my gosh, you're
You know
a
what?
great friend.
You got
Hoda
you know
Kotb.
what?
Yeah, Tiger.
I'm going to show you a trick. Put it in the navel. Wait.
This is the worst hack I have ever seen. You cut it like a normal person, and you squeeze. I squeezed a half a lemon, and look how much you have.
Oh my God, my stomach. Let's go.
Whoa, one hair extension.
Cher, where are you?
Oh.
Happy Halloween.
We have a brand new holiday tune, a Carefree Christmas.
It's gonna be a carefree Christmas.
We charted yesterday. Smack it as hard as you can. Hard, Hoda. Hard. Yeah, like that. Oh my God. You can do it. You can do it. Shake them off. Shake them off. Ah!
There's one on there.
Good job, Hoda.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Nope.
That's plenty of time. That's plenty of time.
That's too bad.
Just put me right here in the corner. Oh, God.
You're a bizarre human.
Hoda, I don't know what you ate for breakfast, but I'm into it.
What we're going to cover is how to cut cheeses.
Don't. Please don't. She's the class clown.
You put the butter and you spread the butter.
Yes, chef.
Wheeling, dealing.
Yes! Can we also just thank everybody that helps do it every single day?
Y'all. Our EP, Talia Parkinson Jones.
We love you, Gavin! We have the best team.
We really have amazing people who work on our
We
show.
sure do.
Producers, researchers, everybody. My favorite quote right in this moment is be here now. Wherever you are, this is what we have right in this moment. This, be here now. But you know what it is? I think when there's something that's real that you're not pretending.
Yeah.
It's easy.
Totally.
It's like
the best.
This is the best.
No matter where you work, try to find a good friend.
Yeah.
Because it
Yeah.
makes life so joyful.
Yeah.
Especially when the friend is like you.
Oh.
Here we are crying again.
We go again.
It wouldn't be a new year without a tear or two.
We want
Oh
to
my
say
gosh.
thank you. Thank you to Amanda Starnes.
That was
thank
beautiful,
you to Ben
Amanda.
Bass. Thank you to Emma and Eddie and Carly and our editor, Jim Murphy. We want to thank all you guys for that.
And can we just thank our entire staff? We have the best staff ever. All of y'all are the reason we can do this show every single day. It is more than just work colleagues. Y'all are a family.
And I'm looking at Davey, who we see every single day.
Yeah, we love you, Davey. I mean, we love everybody. Where's Gerard?
Yeah, Mason.
Where's
Gerard.
Mason?
Hello, everybody's around.
Y'all are the best. You make every day joyful and fun. And cheers to 2024 and all of the fun that is yet to come.
And speaking of 2024, we are getting glammed up for New Year's Eve.
Yeah, from Taylor's statement lip to Beyonce's bold metallics, we're going to show you some celebrity-inspired looks right after this.
Sweet. Oh my God, I can't believe.
Okay, if there is ever a night to go all out and get glammed up, it's New Year's Eve. And we are going to show you some of the hottest makeup trends inspired by some of your favorite celebs.
Here to show us how it's done is celebrity makeup artist Neil Scabelli. Neil, we're so happy.
Hi.
First time on our show.
First time. Thank you
Neil,
so much for
let's
having
do it.
me.
Neil,
So
wait,
good to see you.
metallics are hot.
Everywhere.
Right? Beyonce, she sort of brought that trend back.
I mean, everybody was wearing silver.
It really has been the year of metallics, and Beyonce owns that category.
Yes.
She really brought it with Renaissance, and we're seeing it in beauty and fashion everywhere. And metallics are a fun way to just dress up your makeup look, especially on a night like New Year's Eve.
so here's Louisa.
Yeah, so
She's
we've got
gorgeous,
Louisa,
so what
and
do you have to do?
we're adding these glitter pigments to the eyes. They're a fun way to dress up the look, and I'm using these here from Flower Beauty. It's the Chrome Crushed pressed pigments, and you can add them all over the lid. You could do the inner corners.
It looks beautiful.
It really pops, and they come in a range of tones. They're literally like a CVS fine. But the fun thing is that light reflective property in the eyeshadows is what's really going to bounce off of that light on New Year's Eve night. And then, of course, we can't go without lashes.
Yeah.
No New Year's Eve eye look is complete without lashes. And on a night like that, you want to think about going for lashes that are lightweight, durable, so that you're not thinking about them all night.
So these are dance, sweaty dance, and not worry.
Exactly.
Right?
These are Ardell's active lashes, and they're literally high performance and made to last all night. These are in the range Chin Up that we used in the style, and they stay on all night. If you use the Duo Active Glue, they actually become water resistant.
Amazing.
And sweat-proof.
Louisa. Awesome. All right.
Okay, now this is beautiful, Heather.
Yes.
And we are talking about a statement lip that we know our girl Taylor Swift has done so well.
This is the Taylor Red, and what you want to see, I mean, what a festive way to also pull a look in together.
Well, that seems like a New Year's
night. Exactly,
look.
like a tradition. But the thing you want to think about, especially for a chilly night like New Year's Eve, is you want to look for lip products that have that built-in hydration. So we want to think about products that are moisturizing on our lips that also give that color payoff. So we use Neutrogena's Moisture Smooth Color Sticks. I've been such a long-time fan of these. They come in a range of colors. These are the cherry pinks, and they have avocado oil. They've got vitamin E. And then if you want something with more high shine, you could pop a lip oil right in the center of the lips, and that's going to give more of like a fuller three-dimensional look to the lips. These are literally a $6 Amazon find. They're Catrice Cosmetics, the Gloss and Glow tinted lip oils, and I like them on their own because they're really nourishing. Lip oils are just used right now because you get that high shine and also the nourishment, but also you can layer them over your existing lip products, especially on New Year's Eve night.
So would you do a pencil and then this Neutrogena and then that?
Exactly.
Or would you just,
yeah, that's going to give you like the maximum staying powder. You could do You could do like your lip pencil, your lip crayon from Neutrogena, and then the lip oil over it. Or you could choose either one.
Does red lips work on everyone?
I think everyone can find their red. It
Okay.
might be a berry red, a pink red, a deeper red, but they're so fun to kind of just have, play around with.
Wait, look at glowy Sydney.
Sydney is gorgeous.
She's luminous.
Oh
We
my
don't know what to
gosh.
do, but that's really a glowy skin is what we've been seeing with Zendaya and so many of the beautiful.
Zendaya brings the glow every time on the red carpet, and who doesn't want to go into the new year glowing? So something that I love to do on clients is to create that instant glow. You want to look for primers, foundations, and even cream highlighters that have those built-in luminizing properties, because that's what the light is going to reflect off of. So we went with a cream highlighter here from Beauty Pie. This is the Triple Beauty Luminizing Wand, and these have soft microspheres in them that give like a candlelit glow to the skin.
So
You've
beautiful.
got pearl
We're so jealous. We
pigments,
can't stand it.
which
I
give
know.
that
Gonna know
dewy
that.
glow. And then also you can take it down the bridge of the nose. You can bring it to even the décolleté.
Wait,
right? And then, may I? Sure. The little blending in on the collarbone. And then you want to lock it in with a body oil. So
I'm obsessed with this oil.
Us too.
Bio oil is literally like a
Bio oil.
medicine cabinet staple. You could
It should be in
for
everybody's.
everything.
Yes.
Yeah. You get the hydration in here with calendula and
It smells
chamomile
good.
oil and lavender, but also it prevents stretch marks, and you could work on any
Just smells
evens the
good,
skin
too.
tone.
Smells so good.
And,
Smells so good.
and it gives you that red carpet glow because it's gonna lock in the moisture, especially on a chilly night like New Year's Eve when you're got your arms out or your legs. You could use it, on the décolleté, but it also is gonna work to really hydrate and nourish your skin on New Year's Eve night, so you get that beautiful glow.
By the
Amazing.
way, you did a fantastic job. I know it was your first time on this show.
Thank you so much.
We
It's
hope you'll
really
come back.
It's so fun to be here.
All right,
Thank
coming up
you.
next, guys, give your home a New Year's makeover.
Yeah, Preston Conrad shares predictions for the 3 biggest design trends of 2024 right after this. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated. We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
A new year always means a fresh start, and one place to do that is right inside your own house.
Don't you love that? So here to show us some decor trends that we may see a lot of in 2024 is lifestyle expert Preston Conrad. He is the founder of Preston Conrad Home. Hi, Preston.
Ladies. We're going to get to 3 different styles.
Okay.
One of them, which seems like the opposite of what we're learning about all the time, is maximalism. It's the opposite of what we've been used to.
Totally. I mean, at first glance, this trend sounds a little intimidating.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
like, I'm not a maximalist. I'm just a normal person, right? But what I like, the takeaways from this trend, we've been in this kind of time of farmhouse, beige, gray, everything. And what this trend is all about is kind of taking the handcuffs off and letting you have a bit more fun, right?
Okay.
Being not so precious. So mixing, let's say, a great pattern rug like this with
that.
a fun, different pattern pillow like this one from H&M Home, or maybe different sensibilities like this great mid-century chair from IKEA to this more traditional pedestal from H&M Home, right? So kind of being a bit more eclectic, more discovery, mixing gold, black, ceramics, not having everything so matchy-matchy and so beige.
Okay.
If you like color, this is a great place to experiment with
express
color
it.
too.
I'm into it.
Yeah, it's fun, right?
Okay, then now we're headed over to all about natural textures.
Yes.
This is beautiful.
Isn't this beautiful? Doesn't this just calm you right down?
right away. Which I think it should be, right?
It should. And what I love about this trend is that it's something that everybody can pull off in their house, no matter what style you have. Maybe you're coastal, maybe you're traditional. You want to look for textures like this really beautiful cane.
I love cane.
Don't we love it? It's traditional and it's back in a big way. These are from Amazon. This natural
Those
woven
chairs
rug.
are awesome.
Can you believe
They're
these?
from Amazon?
A little low, but I love the cool modern
Yeah.
look of this.
Yeah.
Great woven textures like jute rugs are a classic. This is from IKEA. I love this stump end table. This is from a brand I love called Industry West. But one big thing about this trend is actually about bringing more real plants into the home.
What
No more
plants?
dried grasses, no more fake plants.
What is that one?
This is an olive tree. It's from a brand called Fast Growing Trees. And if you don't have a nursery near you, go online. They've got every plant you could imagine shipped straight to your door in a great vessel. And you want to just bring that natural air and those natural
Does
textures.
that actually grow
Oh, yeah.
olives?
This baby will. I don't know about that. I'm not a good plant dad, but I do know
I'm like,
that it's
could
going to
take
look.
years and
I think
years.
outside in the right climate, it may. But I
Right?
love this
Because wouldn't
brand
that be
for trees.
cool to just cut an olive off your own tree?
Exactly.
Let's make a martini.
Yeah, you got everything you need in a one-stop shop.
Okay, you say whimsical accents are in.
How fun is all of this stuff, by the
love
way?
it.
So again, we're coming out of this minimalist moment for the past couple years where everything was very clean lines, very beige. We're having a lot more fun. I think we can thank Gen Z for bringing us this bit of whimsy.
Thank you, Katrina.
Thank you, Gen Z. But you're noticing less hard lines, more wavy textures.
That's
this great mirror
beautiful.
is from Amazon. Look at this fun table.
to you?
This is from a brand I love, Jonathan Adler,
Oh, yeah.
who is the king of whimsy.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
look, it's business on the top, party down
Love
the sides,
it.
and this fun
Yeah.
ripple table. But then other great accents like this great lamp from Amazon, this fun knot pillow, this H&M side table. It's all about having a bit more fun and expressing yourself a bit more when it comes to those fun home accents.
What's your style, like in your home?
I would say I'm kind of transitional, and
Yeah.
people ask what that means.
Yeah.
I like kind of an eclectic mix of everything. A vintage piece of art with a modern new stool. And I
Yeah.
think going into 2024, we're getting a little bit of permission to do that in our homes. We don't need to have everything so matchy and Pinterest and perfect.
Yeah.
My biggest number one tip I tell to everyone on social media is your home should feel like you.
Yeah.
And you should express yourself and do what feels good.
All right, thank you, Preston. Get ready, guys. It's time to pop the champagne.
Yeah, we're going to say cheers to the New Year's with some festive drinks right after this.
Cowboy.
right, y'all, it's almost time to raise your glasses and toast to 2024. And if you're hosting a New Year's Eve get-together, we have got just the beverages to get the party started.
Here to mix up some delicious drinks is sommelier Vanessa Price. Hi, Vanessa.
How are you?
It's so nice to have a unique drink for New Year's Eve.
Yes.
You've got some real cool ones, too.
So the thing is, you can do the classic bubbles, which is always great. I'm always a fan of bubbles. You can give it to me for breakfast, lunch, dinner, any day of the year, but it's also nice to be able to mix it up. So we've got a couple of different options. The first is sort of, everybody loves a margarita.
Yes.
Right? It's just something, it's so easy, it's so classic. But for the holidays, we might want to give it a little bit of a zhuzh, do something a little bit different. So this is actually a spiced pear liqueur gingerita.
Yum, I love
gingerita.
Gingerita. So this has still got your classic Blanco tequila. We used, I think, Casamigos here. And then it's got ginger beer and then a spiced pear liqueur from a company called St. George, which is
This is
really
like my
awesome if you can
perfect
find it.
cocktail.
This is awesome.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of spice, a little bit of sweet, a little bit of tang, and it all just sort of
delicious.
balances itself out. And one of the tricks that you can do with the rim is instead of just doing coarse salt, do coarse salt and sugar.
Oh, mix it up.
Yeah,
That's
mix it up
why
a
it's so
little
yummy.
bit. Yeah,
I love that.
Holiday zhuzh.
Okay, so this is a martini.
Well, yes. So this is a take on a martini.
Okay.
This is actually the Vesper. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Vesper. It was made famous. James Bond created it in Casino Royale, which if we're going to be all sparkles,
You might as well talk
we might as
Bond.
well. So he actually named it for his paramour in the film. Vesper Led was the character. So this is 3 parts gin, 1 part vodka, and half part Lillet Blanc.
What's Lillet Blanc?
So it's a type of aperitif.
So
like
it's
a light-
all parts alcohol.
It is. This is what we call spirit forward.
Yeah.
Yes. We call this.
I'm going to let you try the spirit forward drink.
It's New Year's Eve. It's never true.
Yeah.
The party started.
That hits you right where the...
You only need one.
You only need one.
You only need one.
You only need one.
Okay, now what is this beverage?
Okay, so this is something if we want to have that holiday spirit that perhaps we don't want to drink, whether it's for
it's a
early on in the day,
mocktail.
it's a mocktail, but definitely still embodying that holiday spirit. So this is actually made with pomegranate juice and rosemary simple syrup. That's it, and then a little bit of club soda to top it.
Lovely.
Wait,
so
what?
It's
I'll
so
try the
easy.
mocktail.
I would definitely use that rosemary
to
to kind of
mix it up a little
mix
bit?
it up
You need to
a
mix
little
it.
bit. But here's the secret. When you make the simple syrup, you make it in advance. All it is 1 part sugar, 1 part water. You boil it so that the sugar dissolves, let it cool. And then you've got your simple. You add some rosemary to the simple.
rosemary.
I love that.
So it's like very refreshing.
Yeah, that's
light.
delicious.
Yes. And it's not too syrupy or sweet. So it's really like a nice thing to enjoy.
Okay, if we want a little snack.
We love a Jell-O shot.
Yes. Oh, yes. We all love a Jell-O shot. So this is actually a champagne Jell-O shot. So it still has that vodka or gin that you mix in, but we're also doing champagne. So you can see we can go pink if we want to do like a sparkling rosé, and then we can get that classic sort of champagne color if we wanted to do a brut. So I would give those a taste.
So how do you do that? So you put
take
these...
a bite of it.
So you just the same way you would make Jell-O. You're gonna add that champagne in while you're making the Jell-O and the gelatin over the heat. You let it sit and cool. Yeah, that's strong.
Girl, that's like doing a shot.
It is.
What is the pink that makes it so strong? Gin?
So yeah, there's gin or vodka. Yeah, depending upon which one you want to use. But here, give this a sip and see if that cuts it a little bit.
It's okay. I'm like more liquor upon liquor, but that's still I like that
By the way,
to really get the party
and
going.
it looks very festive.
And
I
it's
like
so
to sprinkle it with sugar.
festive.
Yeah, what did you sprinkle it with that's so cute?
So you can just do an edible sprinkle. You could do a gold leaf flake if you wanted to have it be a little bit more fancy. Yeah, you could do all sorts of different things. So whatever color your sort of holiday party is, you could just choose that sprinkle color.
You did a great.
Thank you,
Vanessa,
so
thank
much.
you. To get these recipes, go to today.com/food.
We'll be back right after this.
Thank you.
Well, that was it. That was our final show of 2023. It's in the books. But guys, we cannot wait. We're going to do it all over again right here back in 2024.
And before we go, can we thank everyone on our staff and this amazing team behind the scenes who work so hard day after day after day after day. You guys are truly the best.
We love you with all of our heart.
We could never do it without y'all. Happy New Year.
So get up.
Let's go. Let's go.
Come on in.
Wait, this is our table. You can
Come
pull the
on
chair.
in. Oh,
You're a bizarre human.
Hoda, I don't know what you ate for breakfast, but I'm into it.
Mr. Matthew McConaughey.
With Mindy Kaling. I'm excited. Everything feels like Kwanzaa and a bat mitzvah. We out here.
Doris, I feel like you were born to entertain.
I'm natural. He needs a script. You're like the perfect combination because together you make each other better.
Also, just thank everybody that helps do it every single day.
Y'all.
We have the best
team. We really have amazing people who work on our show.
We sure
producers, researchers, everybody. You know what it is? I think when there's something that's real, that you're not pretending.
Yeah.
It's easy.
Totally.
It's like
the best.
the best.
No matter where you work, try to find a good friend. Because it makes life so joyful.
Yeah.
Especially when the friend is like you.
Ah, pizza. The golden crust, the tangy sauce, and that ooey gooey cheese. It's no surprise that this divine creation is one of America's most popular foods. But in the countless pizzerias I've been to, it's still pretty rare to see a woman tossing dough or tending a giant oven. I'm Elena Besser. I'm a professional chef, recipe developer, and content creator, so I'm constantly curious about who is making my meals. Now I'm heading out to meet the women breaking barriers in the pizza world today and creating more space for everyone at the table. Mankind has been eating flatbreads for centuries, but the modern pizza was invented in Naples, Italy. It was popular among the working class who needed meals that were quick and cheap. When Queen Margherita of Savoy visited Naples in the late 1800s, Chef Raphael Esposito served her a pie inspired by Italy's national colors. The Queen's approval turned this humble street food into a royal favorite. So you could say it was a woman who really put pizza on the world map.
I think the love from pizza is something I always say, I think is my blood.
Georgia Capruccio owns Manhattan's Don Antonio, known for its classic Neapolitan pies. While New York City has thousands of pizzerias, very few are actually owned by women.
What do your guests say when they walk into the restaurant and they see a woman standing at the pizza oven making their pizza?
So some of the people are really, I can see from the face, they're surprised. And they bring the kids, they bring their daughter to have, pizza, and it's super fun.
Georgia is one of only 2 women to ever win one of Italy's largest pizza competitions, a feat she accomplished at just 21 years old. Her victory surprised everyone, including Georgia herself.
It was crazy. My father signed for me.
Wait, so he signed you up to compete in this competition and you had no idea?
No idea. Zero idea. 5 minutes before the competition started, he came to me and said, oh, by the way, I signed up for you.
Georgia placed first in the classic pizza category, cementing her love for the craft and giving her shop a major boost.
I never imagined that I can win. I was super happy. That moment, it was unique because I remember feel free, feel super light.
Growing up on a dairy farm in Terracina, Italy, Georgia's love for pizza started early.
Tell me some of your earliest food memories.
So my grandmother, for example, she was making pizza for me every Sunday with just tomato sauce and oregano, so really simple.
So that's true grandma style pizza from grandma herself.
Georgia's grandmother may have introduced her to pizza, but it was her father, Roberto Capruccio, that made it a true family obsession. Roberto left his family and moved to Naples to study the art of pizza making. Georgia was just 8 years old, so she rarely saw him growing up. By the early 2000s, Roberto's culinary chops brought him to the U.S. His restaurant, Keste, is touted as serving some of the best pizza in New York City.
Did you ever think that you would end up in food one day?
Never. Also, when I first arrived over here, I come in New York for learn English and never imagined. So the only option for me to know my father or to understand what he was doing is stay with him. This is why I started to make pizza.
So Georgia moved to the States to reconnect with her father. Georgia was the only woman assembling pies in the kitchen, so she was motivated to prove she belonged.
And also everybody, all the co-workers was making fun of me because I don't know how to make pizza, I don't cook at home.
So you're like, I'll show you.
She shadowed her father for 3 years, but Roberto wanted his daughter to train harder. He sent her to Naples to study with his former mentor. She was the only female apprentice in her class.
What were the responses from the other people that were learning alongside you, those men?
So they don't feel that I can I can be successful, or I can be reach a high level of be a pizza maker, because they say, oh, one day you have kids, so you stay home.
Did you ever respond to them, or did you just ignore them?
I ignore. My pizza is my business card.
Georgia returned to the U.S. with a renewed determination to make pizza her profession. She opened Don Antonio with her father in 2012.
When did you have that spark where you realized, oh my goodness, this is what I'm gonna do for my career?
When I opened Don Antonio. And I was really in charge of everything in the kitchen. But in that moment I say, I need to be the best.
There's this term going around right now called Nepo baby, where it's the concept of nepotism. But you have really taken time to learn the craft and do the work to prove yourself. So do you feel like you've been able to move outside of your dad's shadow?
Not yet.
Georgia says customers are still surprised that she's running the shop these days, not her famous father.
You never saw a lot daughter follow, pizza maker, father pizza maker.
After working 13-hour days for nearly a decade, she's had to take a step back with her first child on the way.
Working in a kitchen, I can speak from experience, it is incredibly physically demanding. So how have you had to adapt as you've seen your body change?
So I changed completely. I need to change completely. So before I was really strong. I don't need to eat, I don't need to sleep a lot.
Today, 10% of people working in the food and hospitality industries have access to some type of parental leave. Georgia is keenly aware she's in a unique position.
I'm really lucky because I can organize myself in my job. The other woman cannot.
Right, you're the boss, so you can call the shots, and that actually works to your advantage.
Yes.
At Don Antonio, I was ready to see this boss get to work. Italy, just like the US, is home to many different regional styles of pizza. Georgia specializes in Neapolitan pizza, which is prized for its simplicity and high-quality ingredients. The dough, the tomatoes, the types of cheese, and the techniques are all strictly regulated by two associations based in Naples. Georgia used to train chefs with the Associazione Pizzaioli Napoletani, so I was ready to learn from a true pizzaiola. What is the first step?
So we start with the tomato.
Neapolitan pizzas must be topped with tomatoes grown close to Naples.
So basically I crush like that.
Ooh, that must feel nice.
Yes.
The base of the dough uses water, fresh yeast, salt, and imported 00 flour, which refers to its super fine grind. This dough has been fermenting for a full day.
So you can see the bubbling.
Nice.
So Neapolitan pizza, the characteristic is the bubble crust.
The dough is cut and shaped into little balls, which rest for another 5 hours.
Now we need to start to make the pizza. This is semolina. See the...
Look at the bubbles, it's alive!
So now what Neapolitan pizza maker do is like just push the air.
Okay. Oh wow, and you can see all of that air is pushing out to create that crust.
Can I try? Yeah.
It feels so fluffy.
After the dough is stretched, it's time for the toppings. First up, the tomato sauce.
So 1 exactly spoon. Now we put basil, pecorino.
Okay, and that's a little saltier than traditional Parmesan.
The pizza is finished with a hefty handful of mozzarella and a generous drizzle of fruity extra virgin olive oil. Then it's ready for the oven.
And that's it.
I love it.
Ready to go.
To the oven.
The key to a stellar Neapolitan pizza is an incredibly hot wood-burning oven. This one, brought over from Italy, burns at a scorching 900 degrees, so it only takes 2 minutes for the pies to cook.
There we go.
Wow.
It's your pizza.
This is stunning.
God.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
This is the crust that you want on the bottom. Like thin, but you have the crunchy also.
I cannot handle how much flavor is in such simplicity. I am in heaven.
At Don Antonio in New York City, I couldn't wait to try Georgia's award-winning Montanara, a fried pizza.
Fried pizza is one of the oldest pizza. It was invented, created in Naples. And you
No
can find
way.
It. Yes.
Wow, I had no idea.
So if you see the movie with the Sofia Loren, The Gold of Naples,
Okay.
she was fried on the street.
Women are tied to fried pizza. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes, so the women in Naples try to help and sustain a family. They was
Right.
really poor family.
Mhm.
So they start to fry and sell on the street. The
Okay,
pizza.
amazing. So it really all started with the women. Let's not
Yes.
forget that.
Yes.
Georgia fries the same traditional dough to a golden brown. Then she tops it with tomato sauce, pecorino, basil, and smoked buffalo mozzarella. To get that gooey melted cheese, she finishes the pie in the oven for less than a minute.
Wow, it looks so puffy. It almost looks like focaccia.
It's the most delicious and simple.
You get that crispy crust on the outside, but you're still getting such a doughy, light, fluffy center.
You need to try at least one time in your life.
Absolutely, are you kidding? I had no idea that this exists.
Despite her success, Georgia knows there's still a long way to go when it comes to representation in the pizza world. In 2019, she helped co-found Women in Pizza, an organization that helps support and connect chefs, restaurant owners, and food entrepreneurs. Two of Georgia's closest friends from the group stopped by Don Antonio.
The friendship that we create is more really tight, much deep friendship that you can create in the pizza world.
Alexandra Mortati was inspired to start the group after talking to many women in the restaurant world with shared experiences.
Alexandra, you've talked about how women are often hidden in pizza shops. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I think a lot of times women get slotted into roles that people think they're best fit for. Because you're a woman, maybe you seem more nurturing, they want to put you in management. Or maybe you're really good with people, they want to put you as the hostess or somewhere in the front. But what you might be interested in is making the pizza. And you have to fight a lot harder for them to give you that space to prove yourself.
Nicole Russell, a pizza maker who hosts the show Pizza Wars, agrees.
Women just have different challenges and different barriers to entry than the average guy. And it's like, you know, one thing about being in Women in Pizza is that a lot of times when we do the show demos, I'll be the only woman with all the guys. And they're just so dominant and like, you know, we're also passionate about making pizza, you know? And we all can't wait to just make the pizza. But sometimes you just gotta, get out the way. You know what I mean? So I think it's important that, you know, you always hear about a grandma slice, but actually you see a grandma representation. Yeah. Like you hear the grandma slice, but where's the grandma?
Where is the grandma?
Right,
Yeah.
right. Nona's at home, right? Well, bring Nona out.
Yes.
So that's what Women in Pizza is kind of about. All love for just showcasing more, you know, how much women are a force in this industry.
And I think now there's a lot more room where men are mentoring younger women and women are mentoring younger women and empowering them. And it wouldn't be possible without women like Georgia and Nicole.
Cheers, ladies.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Pizza. Women in Pizza.
Yeah, to Women in Pizza.
Where I live in the Big Apple, there are plenty of incredible pizza restaurants with pretty much every type of slice you can imagine. But there's a surprising place down south where folks are really flipping out for something special.
I want to be throwing dough. I want to be covered in flour and pizza sauce. It's kind of like my serenity.
Welcome to Tulsa, Oklahoma, where the famed Route 66 runs right into the historic downtown. This city is known for its Art Deco buildings and world-class museums dedicated to music legends Woody Guthrie and Bob Dylan. But unlike many visitors, I'm not here to dive into memorabilia. I'm here to meet Tara Hadden, a rising star on the national pizza scene.
Oh my gosh, it's so great to finally meet you.
I'm obsessed with the door, master of this domain, Tara Hadden. That's epic. I love it. Look at this beautiful restaurant.
So we're just kind of a late 80s, early 90s themed pizzeria.
That's what we love. As a 90s baby, I'm all here for it. And you're a 90s baby as well.
Barely.
Barely. At 26 years old, Tara already owns 2 locations of Zaza's Pizza and Wings, a brand she founded. The name is a nod to the infamous Joey Zaza from The Godfather Part 3. Here, Tara is putting her own spin on a classic pizza shop with some very non-traditional offerings.
So these are all of our slice pies. We'll usually keep like the basics and stuff that people come in to try, like of course pepperoni, cheese, sausage. And then we kind of have some of our weird stuff going on, of course.
Pickles.
Our pickle pie. And believe it or not, it's one of our best-selling pizzas.
No way. Tara started working in pizza when she was 16, honing her skills at local pizzerias before meeting her mentor Mike Bausch of Andolini's Pizza, a small pizza empire in Tulsa.
Mike and his brother were in and out of the restaurants all the time, and he came in and he saw me throwing dough, and every time he came in, that's what he saw me doing. So he was like, "You're good at this, aren't you?" I'm like,
Good was an understatement. Mike recognized that Tara had a natural talent for throwing dough, so he started teaching her some basic acrobatic tricks. Yup, this is a real sport. Professional pizza acrobats spin, toss, and twirl dough at competitions around the world. During 3 to 5 minute choreographed routines, they're judged on the number of tricks they perform and their difficulty. One of the most well-known pizza competitions is the Pizza Games at Las Vegas's Pizza Expo, where pros from around the globe gather each spring. This year, Tara is competing in her 5th games. As usual, she'll be one of the only female competitors.
How did you even learn what pizza throwing was?
I saw this guy that I worked with at like my first ever pizzeria kind of doing it, and they had told me about Pizza Expo, and at that time it was just like a dream to go to Pizza Expo.
Tara has come a long way since a disappointing last place finish at her first Pizza Games. Reflecting on that time, she says her head and heart were elsewhere, grieving the loss of her mother, the woman who sparked her love for cooking as a child.
I just kind of fell into like making food and stuff at home with my mom. Her, my grandma, long line of like women who cook and making recipes, and that was kind of what we would leave like down to our kids, where it's just cookbooks.
When Tara returned to Vegas the following year, she had a new purpose.
I made the reason I was going there worth everything that I kind of put into it. When I placed first in the preliminaries, it was such like a powerful moment. It actually fell on the anniversary of when she had passed away. So I was like, oh my gosh, like this is because of you, like you helped me. Yeah. And it was kind of at that moment where I was like, everything is like paid off.
When Tara's not wowing crowds, she's busy making some of Tulsa's most unique pizzas. So we headed to her prep kitchen where 500 pounds of dough gets made into over 1,000 pies every day.
So our dough, we're gonna start with a local milled flour. And then we of course got our yeast, salt, and olive oil.
Great.
Best way to kind of start dough is by activating the yeast.
Okay.
So we usually activate it in some hot water, warm water, like 101 is usually ideal.
It's gonna smell really nice in here very soon.
Yes.
So give it a whisk. Great.
And then once we kind of wake the yeast up in here, we're gonna put it to sleep in some ice water.
Your turn. It's cold.
That's how you check your pain tolerance.
Yeah, exactly. You know? It's funny that the whole point of this is to put the yeast to sleep when I'm feeling more awake than ever with how cold this is on my fingers.
Now this is pretty bubbly, So we got a nice little foamy layer in there. And then we'll just throw this in with our flour. We already got some dough that's been mixing this morning.
The dough Tara uses for tricks doesn't have any yeast, so it stays dense like Play-Doh. Back at Zaza's, it was time to learn some tossing tricks with a few new friends.
Good job, guys.
Each month, Tara holds a pizza making and throwing class for kids and parents at her shop. I'm a little older than her typical student, but I could not wait to join in on the fun.
We're gonna take it across our body.
Okay.
And then throw it up. And then throw it up in the air. Yeah, just like that. 1, 2, 3. I just kind of spin it like on my finger, like my knuckles almost.
Okay. Well, you have to get it going first.
Yeah.
Right?
The best trick I show people that's pretty easy is throwing it behind your shoulder.
Okay,
if
show me
you
that.
put your arm out, you know, like you're a little teapot, short and stout, you know, and then you just look that way and throw it.
It's like doing a cartwheel. That's not. Around the shoulder. Just like effortless. She's effortless. She's a world champion.
With the competition in Vegas fast approaching, I joined Tara and her mentor Mike for a practice session.
Pleasure to meet you.
Mike, you're the whole reason why Tara got into this, so can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I'm a dork for pizza, and her dorkage has just latched on to us, and it's exciting. It's about the love of pizza making, and this is a representation of that.
So are we gonna get a chance to see the full routine right now?
I mean, I guess we can do it.
Oh my gosh.
Tara uses silicone doughs to practice. They create the feel of acrobatic pizza dough without the floury mess.
Transitioning from hand to hand is what will give her more points.
Okay.
And then going behind the back seamlessly. Some people will really lean into one trick and try and make it last 30 seconds.
Okay.
She's going a trick per second.
Oh.
There it is.
Okay,
That's the Tara Classic. That's her signature move.
Unbelievable.
There you go.
Woo!
Here at Zaza's Pizza in Tulsa, pizza acrobat Tara Hatton is making waves with her signature moves and unique pies. I couldn't wait to make one of her fan favorites, a chicken and waffle pizza.
So you're essentially taking the Zaza's pizza and wings and you're creating a child with them of chicken and waffle pizza.
Yes, they are all my precious pizza baby.
We love.
This pizza uses a blend of margarine and butter as a base on top of the olive oil.
So this doesn't have a sauce on it, does it?
No, it's just gonna be like the oil and the butter.
Okay,
the
sick.
olive oil is just gonna be like a sheen to protect the dough itself. And then the butter will kind of melt and create these little soup pools that'll be perfect for when we put our waffles on. And it'll just like soak up all that butter.
Baby is
it's gonna
speaking
be
my
delicious.
language.
With our buttery base ready, Tara and I add boneless chicken wings and Mott's cheese. Then it was time for something sweet.
Our secret little ingredient, we're gonna add some syrup
Look
before.
at this. It's so wrong, it's right. So a little bit of a swirl.
Little swirl. So it kind of bakes into the base and stuff and almost like caramelizes on there.
The pizza bakes at 555 degrees until the crust turns golden brown before the final topping.
It's smelling so good in here.
Smells like breakfast.
Jinx. Oh, we can't forget the Mike's Hot
The
Honey.
most important part.
Drizzle me timbers.
Pizza time.
Cheers.
Cheers.
So you get a combination of crunch and fluff with a little bit of that salty cheese.
And then it's just hot.
And then the hot honey.
It's good.
It slaps.
Of course, I couldn't leave Zaza's without trying the famous pickle pizza.
I could see a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle eating this right now. Cheers.
Cheers with your hot slice of pizza.
Oh my gosh. It's got that punchy vinegar pickle taste, and the cheese mellows it out. I never knew that a pickle on a pizza would work so well.
It does. I don't like pineapple on pizza, but like pickle on pizza, that's my move.
Before heading back to New York, I had one more pizza party to attend.
My friend and owner of Zaza's Pizza and Wings, Tara Hatton.
Tara's routine wowed friends and fans of all ages who came to wish her well before the big competition.
Taking it all the way back to where you first began in the kitchen with your mom and grandma to where you are today. If they could see you now, what do you think they would say?
I would like to say that they are definitely proud. I don't think they would expect what I'm doing now compared to where my original game plan was in life. I think they would realize it's not just pizza to me. It is my life, it is my world, and I love it.
Tara placed second in the Masters Acrobatic Competition in Vegas. And she can't wait to come back and compete for the title again next year.
Pizza is the ultimate comfort food. With so many unique styles, sauces, and toppings, it's truly impossible to go wrong. As pizza has evolved over the years, so have the chefs behind this iconic Italian staple. Whether they're cooking pies, running front of house, or going all out on stage, the women making pizza today are creating more space at the table for everyone.
The rush of the water, the thrill of the catch. For many, fishing isn't just a hobby or a career, it's a lifestyle. In the US, women account for roughly 10% of commercial fishermen, but they've long played a vital role in the global seafood industry. I'm Elena Besser. As a chef, recipe developer, and content creator, I'm always hungry to learn more about the people who keep our food systems running. So I'm heading out to meet two women making waves in the fishing world and creating more space for everyone at the table. Welcome to the lush forests, expansive beaches, and pristine rivers of Washington State's Olympic Peninsula. Pacific Coast indigenous peoples have called these bountiful lands their home for millennia. The Quinault Indian Nation is one of many tribes that fishes, hunts, and forages here. As a non-native, I'm fortunate to be invited to the Quinault Reservation by fishing guide and tribal member Ashley Lewis.
When I think about the rivers, the oceans, the lakes out here, what I think about is home.
Ashley comes from a long line of Native Americans who fished these waters for years. In the 1850s, many tribes were forced to give up their land for white settlements, but they retained fishing and hunting rights on traditional lands. During the 1960s, as Washington State began infringing on those rights, Native Americans staged a series of protests known as fish-ins. These protests led to a landmark Supreme Court decision that protects Native fishing rights to this day. One activist at the forefront of that movement was Janet McLeod, dubbed the Rosa Parks of the American Indian movement.
Her advocacy has inspired generations of Indigenous trailblazers, including my guide.
When they were forced to cede their land for newcomers, their waterscapes, the rivers, the lakes, it makes so much sense that that was the thing that's like, no, we have to have this because it's so essential to who we are.
Quinault tribal members have exclusive hunting and fishing rights on a portion of this river. I couldn't wait to see Ashley's favorite fishing spots with the help of fellow guides Ruben Estevillo and John Tater Bryson.
If you want to think like a fish, just think like a really lazy person.
Great.
Like, what is going to be the easiest thing to do? Do you want to go up that fast water? Not really. You want to kind of be in like the slow, easy water.
Time for a quick casting lesson.
We're just going to swing straight back, and then we're going to swing straight forward. You can kind of feel when the current catches it. Okay. Go ahead and give it a shot. That was a good cast. That was a great cast.
That's high praise coming from Ashley, who's been a guide here for the past decade. Now she's become something of a celebrity among outdoor enthusiasts, amassing a large following on social media where she goes by the handle Bad Ash. Her YouTube and Instagram pages are chock full of how-to videos and inspiring content from her many outdoor adventures.
Can you explain to me some of the, stereotypical experiences that you have had that have been a little bit tough as a female fisherman in this community?
Being a woman in a male-dominated sport poses challenges. Some people want me to stay in a lane that isn't my lane. I would like to see the outdoor industry be more welcoming to women. I would like to see it be more welcoming to women of color and people of color. I feel really proud to get to chip away at that on my own terms.
There we go.
Reconnecting with the Quinault and their fishing traditions has been a journey for Ashley. She grew up removed from her tribe, living an hour off the reservation with her mom and 2 siblings.
I grew up in a really small community, moved to a smaller community, one stoplight in town sort of deal, and you had 2 options. You get in trouble or you go fishing, and I picked fishing.
I love it. And why did your mom choose to raise you off of the reservation?
She experienced a lot of adversity as a younger woman and as a Native American woman. And so some of that adversity caused her to be really protective of her kids, and she wanted us to love our culture.
The Quinault are a matriarchal society. Women serve as the head of the household and often take on tribal leadership roles. The women here also help with traditional food gathering. Ashley grew up fishing with her mom, but didn't always appreciate the cultural meaning behind these trips.
Tell me a little bit about how you met your tribal family.
So about the time that I got a driver's license and I could take myself fishing, things really changed for me. And so I would kind of drive out to the reservation, explore a little bit, being out there among other Quinaults, fishing for salmon, that's everything that I needed.
Yeah.
And so that moment was profound to me.
John Tater Bryson, one of the first professional guides she met on the reservation, soon became her mentor.
I was taught from a young age how to harvest elk and deer and fish, and it's passed on to the younger people, so the tradition will keep going.
I think I got something.
Oh, you definitely do.
What a cutie. Oh, hey, my guy. Bye.
Ashley enjoys showcasing this beautiful place to new people, but she's also made it her mission to call out the effects of climate change to this land.
What we're seeing here, this is a big slide, and we're seeing a lot of this along our river, and this is the effects of climate change.
She's currently earning a PhD in Indigenous Studies, with plans to educate people about the tribes of the PNW and the environmental threats they face.
With the weather warming, with different rain patterns, it changes the river, but it also changes where fish are going to be spending time.
Fishing guides are like an indicator species because we're the ones out in the river day in and day out. We're the ones who see changes happening really quickly.
Because of the climate threats to the Quinault, the Biden administration granted the tribe $25 million to help relocate members in flood-prone areas.
This is, ancient village sites. This is burial ground sites. And so to see those places washed away, this is a really significant blow to us. Indigenous people are generally the first impacted by climate change, especially if you're situated right on the Pacific Ocean.
Sustainability practices are tenets for the Quinault. 3 tribal-run fish hatcheries help maintain the populations of salmon and trout species that call this river home. Every spring, millions of salmon and steelhead are released from these hatcheries.
So we were a few miles upriver fishing, but now we're here at the mouth. The Pacific Ocean is right on the other side of our fish house here, and this is where tribal members come and set their nets and commercially fish for blueback sockeye. It's the only place in the world where our blueback sockeye run, so it's an incredibly special fish to us.
Commercial salmon fishing is a big part of the economy on the res. The most efficient way to get a big catch is by using a method called gill netting. Gill nets are placed near the mouth of the river to catch salmon by the gills as they head upstream.
Whoa, double trouble. That's a huge one.
As a chef, I've cooked fish many different ways, but this was the freshest catch I've ever tried. Cooking salmon the way her tribe has for generations is a cherished pastime for Ashley, who celebrates her culture through food.
The fish is a really wonderful, tasty, oily fish, and we just want to highlight the greatness that already lives here. A little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. The flavor that we're going to give it really is going to come from the alder fire and the cedar sticks.
After the fish is on the pole, it's supported with cedar sticks woven across the fillet. The salmon cooks until it turns light pink, another 5 minutes, then it's ready to serve.
So now we can enjoy ourselves some Quinault fish sticks.
Let's do it. I'm never ever gonna look at a normal fish stick ever again in the same way. Comes right off of that skin. It really doesn't need anything else.
Let the food shine.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
After an incredible day of catching and cooking fish on the Quinault River, it was time for a trip to the beach. At sunrise, my guide Ashley Lewis and tribal biologist Scott Mazzoni are ready to show me another local pastime, digging for razor clams.
Can you tell me a little bit more about what we're doing today?
We are getting ready to have home use digs, subsistence digs, and commercial digs of razor clams. And before we do that, we got to go out and get clam samples and test them to make sure there's no toxins in them and they're safe for people to eat.
Pacific razor clams are a meaty shellfish with an oblong shell. They can grow up to 6 inches. They're also a delicacy here and a major part of the Quinault diet.
So we're gonna use these spade-tempered shovels. They're kind of curved in a way that makes it easy for us to dig the clams.
Great.
So we're gonna head out to the surf. We're gonna look for clam shows.
As we walk towards the surf, Ashley points out small holes and dimples in the sand. These are known as clam shows, evidence that razor clams are just beneath the surface.
That looks like a good spot. Whoa!
There we are.
Down here they have their foot, and that they can use to dig very quickly down into the sand.
Hey. He's like, I'm out of here. Thank you and goodbye. Ooh. I gotta tell you, even though it's 5 a.m., all of this razor clam digging is making me extremely hungry and ready to eat them.
And they are as delicious as they are fun to dig.
It was finally time for me to see what all the fuss is really about. At nearby Ocean Crest restaurant, razor clams are a menu staple. Head chef Amanda Yeager has prepared a few of their signature dishes made with fresh local clams. On the menu, a panko-crusted razor clam steak served with pickled onions and a chili aioli. There's also a razor clam omelet, plus a flatbread topped with Amanda's house-made razor clam sausage.
There's a common misconception with large clams, oh, would it taste rubbery? But this does not at all.
That's a lot of how it's treated. It's, low and slow heat, and that's why they maintain their flavor and their texture.
Respect.
Wow.
So much.
Everyone knows and loves a chicken cutlet. This is so tender on the inside. You're getting an amazing crisp exterior, that crunch and acidity coming from the onion. It is the perfect bite.
As my time on the Quinault land comes to a close, I'm already sad to leave this incredible place.
Ultimately, at the end of the day, if you could say one thing to the people that are watching this, what would you want them to know about you and about this community?
My very favorite piece about guiding is not actually the fishing. It is the way that it changes the way people start seeing the natural world. It could tell a lot about history, it could give you a lot of information, but I do know from my experience that when people are there and experience it, they're gonna become curious, and that's what I want the most.
When it comes to high-end seafood, lobster is pretty much king. Maine is the largest lobster producer in the country, with catchers here harvesting over 100 million pounds of the crustacean every year.
I've just always admired the fishermen, and to even be able to say that I'm a fisherman just means so much to me.
Sadie Samuels is the only female commercial lobster boat captain in the small town of Rockport. Her day starts before sunrise when she buys bait for her traps.
Hey, Sadie.
Welcome.
Oh, it's so great to find you. Look at this stunning place of work. Are you kidding?
With its rocky underwater terrain and cool waters year-round, the Gulf of Maine is a perfect home for lobsters.
Hi, guys.
The lobster industry here generates over $1 billion for the state. But those big bucks aren't made easily. Fishing for lobsters is one of the most dangerous professions. The fatality rate is 2.5 times the national average.
Can you tell me a little bit more about how dangerous this job actually is?
It's one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. The first funeral I ever went to was one of the fishermen in my harbor who went out by himself and he got roped, die on.
So he drowned?
Lobstering, yes, he drowned.
Why do you stay in this despite all of the pain and dangers that you experience on a day-to-day basis?
I've literally never imagined doing anything else with my entire life.
Sadie's passion for fishing stems from her childhood. Her father, Matt Samuels, has been catching lobsters for over 60 years.
He was up before sunrise and out the door, and then he'd get home and he'd just work until dark and come in and eat dinner and pass out. So the only way I could really hang out with him was if I wanted to get involved with what he was doing. And then I just stuck around and I never left.
When she was just 7, Sadie got her student lobster license. She began working right away, dropping a couple traps off her dad's boat for extra cash. By age 14, she saved enough money to buy the boat she still fishes with today.
I don't think I fully considered that it was my career or gonna be my career until a little bit later in life, until I was 14, 15.
I love how you said later in life. When I was about 14, I decided to start getting serious about it. You were 14. That is hilarious and amazing.
After studying art in college, Sadie quickly returned to a life at sea.
When I'm out here, I'm just this is where I'm supposed to be. This is what I'm supposed to be doing.
Today, Sadie doesn't just catch lobsters, she also dishes up fresh lobster rolls at her sea-to-table restaurant, also named Must Be Nice.
I would like you to walk me through your day from start to finish, so lay it on me.
So my average day is waking up around 4 o'clock, quarter to 4, go to the boat, and then we haul about 250 traps, crate up the lobsters that we're bringing over to the restaurant, and then the restaurant closes at 7.
In Maine, just 15% of lobster licenses are held by women. But anyone who catches lobsters is called a lobsterman, which Sadie stands behind.
How do you feel about the term lobsterman?
I'm very much on the side of I'm a fisherman, I'm a lobsterman. I've busted my butt and paid my dues. Nothing I do really has to do with my gender.
Maine fishing laws have strict limits on the number of traps new lobstermen can set. Over time, they can acquire more traps, but it can take several years to make a livable wage.
How did you get savvy with making sure that you could function as a successful business?
That's actually how I started Must Be Nice Lobster, is on Saturdays, someone was looking for someone to sell lobsters at a farmer's market. I started selling live lobsters there, and then now we're here.
The trap limits are part of Maine's successful conservation efforts. In the 90s, there were around 37 million pounds of lobster in the Gulf of Maine. Today, it's nearly 120 million pounds.
Fishermen actually were the ones who started to put a lot of those practices in place.
Those regulations impose strict sizing guidelines. Sadie actually throws back many of the lobsters she catches.
That one will be good next year.
Small lobsters are too young for sale, while many older, large lobsters get thrown back to breed.
So this is a big hard-shell female. You can see on her, if you turned her the other way, it's the second to right swimmerette has this mutilation on it.
Got it.
Which means that someone else has caught her before with eggs on it.
A keeper lobster has a body that measures between 3 to 5 inches. It can take a lobster about 7 years to reach that size. Finally, a lobster that was just right.
Look at those claws.
Nice male, really gorgeous lobster. He's definitely a keeper.
Yeah, you're coming home with us, babe.
Climate change is making these size regulations more crucial than ever. The Gulf of Maine is one of the Earth's fastest warming bodies of water, which can make lobsters more vulnerable to disease and less likely to reproduce.
Why is sustainability so important to you?
We're so connected with nature and so connected with our environment that it feels like our duty.
At Sadie's restaurant, she's dedicated to sourcing her ingredients sustainably. The lobster chowder uses a seafood stock made from an invasive crab species, and she's adding a new locally raised item to the menu.
This season we're adding in oysters, and I'm super excited because we're trying to focus as much as we can on female-owned farms, and also the quality of the seafood is outstanding.
To get a sneak peek at her new menu offering, Sadie took me to meet farm manager Bonita Johnson at Wright Cove Oyster Farm.
So tell me a little bit more about these oysters.
We're a small operation here, and so we do kind of everything by hand.
Wow.
And yeah, they're raised with love.
You can taste it.
And yeah, you really can. Do you want to try one real quick?
I thought you'd never asked.
Sorry,
I've been waiting over here. Here we go. Cheers.
Cheers.
These are hands down some of my favorite oysters ever.
So clean, but briny. I've never had anything like this before. I'm blown away.
You don't do anything in the working waterfront type of industry unless you have passion for it. And that's a really nice thing for us to get to share with each other.
Yeah.
This is definitely my happy place.
Back at Must Be Nice, Sadie is steaming our catch before picking meat for her signature lobster rolls.
Hey, fresh caught, fresh cooked.
I just had to know the secrets behind the Sadie sauce lobster roll.
So how did you come up with the sauce?
So I've had plenty of people, from away say that Maine's lobster rolls are really boring. And I kind of took offense to that. And I was like, you know what? I gotta come up with something that packs a punch, has a bit of a spice.
It starts with shallots, celery, and parsley blended in a food processor. Sadie then adds a not-so-secret blend of dried herbs and spices.
Can you reveal what's in this spice
mainly
blend?
Paprika. The spicy part is cayenne.
A mix of lemon juice and rice wine vinegar kick up the acid. And then there's a generous squeeze of stone ground mustard.
Now we just add in the rest of this olive oil, and then I'm gonna blend it for a little while until that just seems totally incorporated. There we go.
Ooh, that is gorgeous.
And that is the Sadie sauce.
Sadie packs each toasted bun with a hefty handful of lobster meat.
Look at this. Are you kidding me?
To finish, a sprinkling of homegrown chives.
I can't wait to try that. I'm so pumped.
Inspired by Sadie's creativity, I wanted to make something special, a lobster BLT.
One of my favorite foods in the summertime is a BLT, and it really screams summer. And also what screams summer is a juicy lobster roll, so I figured they would pair beautifully together. We're starting with cherry tomatoes, and the reason why I slice the tomatoes first is because I like to hit them with a little bit of salt. Yes, I brought a little flaky salt. And what this is gonna do is it's really just gonna pull out all those flavors and make them taste as juicy and delicious as possible. This is my best pal mayo.
I spice up my mayo with grated garlic, the juice and zest of a lemon, black pepper, and chives.
It's such an honor to cook with the lobster that you have caught. So I just first of all want to say thank you because this is the coolest.
You are more than welcome. It is my joy.
This is a meat lover's dream. So we're going to add 2 pieces of bacon, one on either side. We're then gonna take a gorgeous lettuce leaf, and that's the boat that's gonna catch all that sauce for us.
Just add the lobster, cherry tomatoes, and a final sprinkle of chives. Voila.
Well, that is gorgeous.
And there you go, BLT lobster roll.
I love it. Oh my gosh, this might fall
Cheers.
over me.
If it does, it's part of the fun.
Cheers.
Holy moly.
Oh man.
This is insane. This Sadie sauce is slamming. Hubba hubba.
I'm honestly having a hard time hearing what you're saying because I'm having a moment with this one over here. Oh my god. This is literally perfection.
At dinner, I couldn't wait to learn more from the women here who support each other through their passion for fresh, local seafood.
When people see that this is a sea-to-table restaurant, and then they find out that you ladies were the ones that actually caught and grew the food that is being served here, what do they say to you?
I feel like people, they're super excited about it and really happy that they found us. Then they can taste it with the quality of our seafood. Or they're in complete disbelief in okay, yeah, but your dad caught these.
So they're literally saying to you, no, this is a man's job.
Well, I think some people have been a little too sheltered and just haven't gotten to see what us women can do. And it's up to us to show them.
Honestly, that's
Cheers.
another opportunity to toast. I love it.
Time to dig in.
I'm really into this BLT one. This is going on the menu, by the way.
Elena's roll.
We're gonna call it Elena's roll.
Ladies, this is a dinner I will never forget, so I truly can't thank you enough for all of your hard work in making this happen, and thanks for hanging out with me.
From the smoky salmon of the Quinault Nation to the buttery, sweet lobster of Maine, I'm in awe of our nation's most delicious seafood. But I'm most inspired by the women paving their own paths in this industry and ensuring future generations will have plenty of fish in the sea.
There are a few things that make me happier than physically farming. Big, sweaty, kind of brutal tasks. I think I've always known in some form that this farm and this work around connecting people and land needed to exist.
You wanna be free of your anxiety, just so catchy. I think the wind likes it.
My name is Leah Penniman, and I'm the founding co-director at Soulfire Farm in Grafton, New York. Soulfire Farm is a Black Indigenous-led community farm that's dedicated to ending racism in the food system and training up the next generation of activist farmers. Between 1% and 2% of farms are Black-owned, which is down from a peak of 14% of Black-owned farms in 1910. And this is not because Black folks don't want to farm. This is because of a whole legacy of discrimination, of institutional racism. I grew up in a small rural town called Ashburnham, Massachusetts. I'm the oldest of 3, and we were, for most of our childhood, the only brown kids in our entire school. And we experienced just a lot of social exclusion and racial bullying. It ranged from taunting, being called names, to assumptions about our intelligence. The land and the forest were a salvation for me. I attended every single farming conference that I could afford to go to. But by my late teens, early 20s, I started to get disillusioned because I'd look around at these farming conferences and all the presenters were white, and I looked around and there was only a handful of people of color. A mentor of mine said something so important to me at that time. She was just like, look, don't give up. I know that right now it seems like you're out of place, but remember that our ancestors have been farmers for millennia and that our ancestors built the agricultural system of this country on their backs. I was really grateful that she was there and encouraged me to stick with it. My partner Jonah and I were living in the south end of Albany, New York with our then infant children, Nashima and Emmett. And despite our master's degrees and over a decade of farming experience, found it impossible to get fresh food for our children. There were no supermarkets, no farmers markets, no available community garden plots. The only food is a corner store, a liquor store, and a McDonald's. This system of segregation is termed by the government a food desert. To us, there's nothing natural about apartheid. So we call it what it is, it's food apartheid. It comes out of a legacy of redlining and housing discrimination, of divestment from communities of color, and has resulted in the situation today where if you're white, you're 4 times as likely to have a supermarket on your block than if you're black. You're more likely to have diabetes, heart disease, and other diet-related illnesses, not because you don't know how to eat, but because there is a scarcity of affordable, culturally appropriate quality food that's accessible. And so we work to establish a community garden right on the corner plot near our home. So when our neighbors found out that we knew how to farm, they encouraged us to start the Farm for the People, and the idea for Soulfire Farm was born. We purchased the land in 2006, and it took us 4 years to transform this marginal, degraded, and vacant land into human habitat and suitable farmland. And we opened the farm in 2011 with a small food distribution program that went right to our neighbors in the South End. A couple thousand folks roll through here every year to attend our farm training programs.
The rest of you are just going to contemplate and pray for the strawberries' happy homemaking.
There are 8 of us working here on the farm. We have an amazing team. We have a number of day-long programs and week-long camps for youth who are interested in farming, and a whole lot of community days and workshops on particular skills. It's really whatever our community is asking us for, we do our best to provide. Our most popular is the week-long BIPOC Fire, stands for Black Indigenous People of Color, Farming in Relationship with Earth. We have folks coming from 37 states and 3 countries this year, Spanish and English speakers, young and old. And we spend a week together doing hands-on-the-land training. We have a number of courses on business management, marketing, as well as crop planning. If you count everyone who's gone through any program, we have over 10,000 alumni. We provide ongoing and forever mentorship. We hook folks up with jobs, land, fellowships, and other opportunities. Land is the place where the lynchings, the beatings, the enslavement, the sharecropping took place. And so there's no way to escape the trauma associated with that. And so a big part of what I and we are trying to do at Soulfire is to reach back across the narrative of the hundreds of years of land-based oppression to Cleopatra's, compost piles and the raised beds of the Ovambo people in Namibia, to reach back to the work of Dr. George Washington Carver, creating regenerative agriculture, and Dr. Booker T. Watley with Farm to Table. So to really reclaim the dignity of it is super important. If we can't feed ourselves, we can't truly be free.
All right, so everyone who's part of the tour, just come a little closer. We'll go ahead and get started. We're gonna travel around the farm together, get a chance to visit some of the sacred sites, hear the stories, and you can ask your questions as well as we go. So follow me this way.
Community Farm Day is our monthly public event where volunteers come from all around the region to share in the labor of the land, to have a potluck lunch, and then to participate in a tour and Q&A session. It's the one time that the farm's open to the public.
Now, what's very important with strawberries is that their meristem or growth point is right here. So what do you think happens if you bury that?
Drowning.
it will not grow.
We have a bunch of different teams working on different tasks, including transplanting the fall strawberries, cleaning and curing the garlic and onions, harvesting potatoes, removing some of the materials and supplies that we're done with for the season. And Jonah will be working with some volunteers, many of whom have traveled 3 or 4 hours just to get here today. We have a lot of teens that come through the farm, and not all of them are going to be farmers, but they see folks who look like them following their dreams and being their own bosses and running their own institutions. What matters to me is that they can see a wider vision of what's possible for their own lives.
This is what we're trying to get to, so it's great to see it in person. Yeah, just a goal. It makes my heart flutter. Like, honestly, I'm so inspired.
When I say 5, you say minutes. 5. 5 minutes. Until lunch, which means you should please help all the teams clean up and put everything away.
She tried to.
We do doorstep delivery of vegetables, eggs, pastured meat, and herbs, and folks can actually pay for that using their EBT benefits. The vast majority of people say that having those vegetables has made a huge difference in their health, whether that's a reduction in blood pressure or cholesterol or overall sense of well-being. And especially for our lower income members, many of them say if it wasn't for those vegetables, they'd literally be eating ramen and boiled pasta and canned foods because they simply don't have anywhere to get fresh food like we offer. There's nothing that makes me happier than seeing our alumni farm. So for example, Dallas Robinson in North Carolina just recently opened the Harriet Tubman Farm. Folks like Keisha Cameron outside of Atlanta, Georgia at High Hog Farm. Fundamentally, I want to create a different kind of educational environment for young people that I never got to experience, where you can go ahead and be proud to be a soil nerd, and you also will have your culture uplifted, your heritage uplifted, and be affirmed for who you are and encouraged to pursue your wildest dreams.
I see Leah and I stand there and I listen to her and I'm just in complete awe. Like I feel a physical reaction in my body and I just want to be quiet and listen.
I've had mixed feelings in the past around doing public speaking. It always seemed like the real work was here on the farm and then I'd go out and just talk about the real work. And something shifted for me when I witnessed how many people who heard our talks then went on to join a program to learn how to farm, or did something like give away their land to a Black farmer. It's really an honor and pleasure to be here with all of you. I feel excited, I feel deeply pleased to talk about two of my favorite things, which are the earth and the ancestors and what they want us to be up to.
Skull caps, you're gonna grow so strong, so we wrote this song.
Our waiting list for our training programs is years long. Our people are yearning, right? Some of us confuse the scene of the crime, which was the land, with the crime. But the fact is the land has always had our back. In fact, we survived because of that connection with the land. My hope is that we spread our love, our knowledge, our resources out through the network of Black and brown farmers so that 10, 20 years from now, people will be like, wait, what's Soulfire again? Because there's literally right around the corner a Black and brown led teaching farm, so that it becomes so commonplace that we have to remind our children about a time when all the land was white owned and a time when all the farmers were exploited, because that's become such a distant memory.
Butchery is seen as this really large-scale brute force thing, and it takes a lot of physical strength, but a lot of it is also really intricate and small, kind of meditative moments. Sausage making being one of those things.
The color is still really nice.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. I'm Cara Nicoletti. I'm a fourth generation butcher and co-founder of Seymour Meats and Veggies. I want butchers in the future to not be scared of people eating less meat. I just think that we need to get a little bit more creative about our job. Everyone, the food is ready. The mission really is to make it easier and more fun for people to eat well. It turns out that adding vegetables, making that meat stretch farther, democratizes good meat, if you will, makes it more available to more people.
They're just so good.
My family's history in butchery started with my great-grandfather. He was a cattle merchant in Russia. That was where my great-grandpa started working in the meat industry. And then he opened a shop in the north end of Boston in the 1940s with some of his family. When my grandpa was 13, him and his brother, Bobby, started working in the shop and eventually took it over. Is that you?
That's me.
Yeah.
That's Bob. I'm Seymour Solet, and I'm a retired butcher. Both of us went to work helping my dad in the meat market. My brother and I were partners until the day he passed away a couple years ago. This was the store.
Wow.
65 Salem Street. I had 3 daughters. I never thought that my girls would be interested, and they weren't. My daughters used to bring the children into my office for me to take care of them while they went out and did things. And Cara always wanted to go into the smelly room.
I was, out of my sisters and my cousins, probably the most curious about what they were doing in the shop. Growing up, I always wanted to sort of like peek behind the curtain and see. I graduated in 2008. The economy collapsed. I was working at a restaurant as a baker, and one of the owners, who also had a grandfather who was a butcher, was like, if you ever want to do some like light butchery work, breaking down chickens and pork shoulders and stuff, let me know. So I started doing that, and it sort of like sparked an interest in me. So I started apprenticing for free. I did that for about a year and then left to go butcher full time. I remember calling my papa, Seymour, when I got my first apprenticeship. I could tell that he was hoping like it was something that didn't stick.
Well, I said, this is the funniest story, the funniest joke. You're joking with me and everything else. And she said, no.
I really have my entire working life worked with my hands, and I enjoy that much more.
I trusted her and believed in her. As a matter of fact, I gave her some of my tools.
This is Papa's, Seymour's honing steel that he gave me. As soon as I started butchering full-time, I gravitated toward sausage making immediately, and I realized pretty early on that I had like hit on an idea. As much as I believe in regenerative agriculture and all of that, there's just no way to sustainably eat meat every single night of the week. So I started sneaking a lot of vegetables into my sausages. I had set out to make 40 pounds of sausages, and after I'd mixed it all together, I weighed out the mix, and it was like 70-something pounds. I had essentially doubled my meat by adding vegetables to it. When I was working at Foster's and just like couldn't physically keep up with the demand was when I realized that it definitely was a scalable idea. It's been the last 2 years of working nonstop trying to get this to market. I went to close to 100 co-packers asking them if they would help me, and every single one of them said no, because what we're doing is more complicated. We finally found one co-packer outside of Kansas City, Missouri, the Phantasmas, and flew out to go see them, and they were like, sure, we'll try it.
Hey!
Hi!
How's it going?
Good, how are you? Oh, Hi! I really owe everything to them because they saw something in me, and they saw something in my idea that they thought was worth taking a risk on. I was making Lou and Mario like peel beets and dice them in the thing that makes bologna.
I believe it was the challenge. We never done sausage with vegetables and meat combined at the amounts that she was looking for.
We immediately saw the drive that she had, the passion she had about the sausages she made.
We've always wanted to work with a sausage queen.
Oh my gosh! Vivi, do you want to help me prep some vegetables?
We went back and forth about the name for a long time. We had a few different iterations that just didn't stick, and I always wanted it to be Seymour.
These are cooking up fantastic, huh? God, look at those. They're just cooking up.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous. I love her, and I said to her, no, don't call it Seymour Meats and Vegetables. I wanted her to call it something like Cara's Kitchen, because it really, it's her. And of course, I am humbled by what she did, and I'm very emotional about that.
We are all obsessed with Seymour. We love him and use him as a model of positivity and gratitude.
That's delicious.
So this is about honoring my whole family.
The truth of the matter is, Cara revolutionized the sausage business.
Make no mistake, this was not an easy process, and I almost quit many, many, many times.
Cara went to Whole Foods and they bought her product immediately. I mean, I can lie awake at night thinking how remarkable it is that she was able to achieve that, and I'm very proud of her.
Butchering is a really, really difficult job with very little financial payoff, but I would not do anything differently. Women make really good butchers and really good cooks, really good chefs. I think the more of us that are in this industry, the better.
I understand what it takes to accomplish what she's accomplished. And let me tell you, it is no easy feat. And it didn't happen overnight for Cara. And it's just a beginning as far as I'm concerned.
I love you so much.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day? Today, all day. All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played? The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day.
Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut, Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today, with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
Food, in a way, unlocks a lot of stories.
It's this emotional connection that we get through eating that food that is really irreplaceable.
My name is Chitra Agarwal. I'm a co-founder at Brooklyn Deli, where we make sauces and condiments inspired by my family's recipes from India.
My name is Katevi, and I'm the chef and owner of Dumpling Club, a weekly subscription service that features a rotating menu of dumplings and Asian dishes.
I started Brooklyn Deli in 2014. Our first products at Brooklyn Deli were my achars, which are a staple Indian condiment. They're kind of like this spicy, sour, a little bit sweet. So you add just a little bit and it kind of just makes the dish like amazing. I developed a lot of the recipes for achar using what I was getting in my farm share. So I was making achar from heirloom tomatoes, garlic, gooseberries. I wouldn't say that it's authentic Indian food. It's very much inspired by my heritage, but it's authentic to me.
My grandfather comes from a region in northern China that specializes in dumplings. And to him, dumplings were the perfect food, the best food. I use all sorts of influences in the dumplings. For example, influences from my husband's Austrian side. That's not traditionally how dumplings would be made. I'm learning to be really comfortable with that. In the beginning, I felt like that wasn't truly authentic. But I actually now feel that that's very authentic to me and my experience.
A labor of love learned from generations before them.
The pleating sort of represents on the outside the amount of care that's been put into this food. Whenever we made them as a family, seeing the pleats that my mom or that my grandfather added to the dumplings would remind me that they were the ones who prepared this food for me.
My father's mother, we were just very close. I can still remember the food that she would give me. I can still taste it. They're kind of like food memories from when I was really young, and those continued on as I visited her every year in India. Every trip, we would be in the kitchen.
Growing up, we didn't have regular access to Asian grocery, but I learned about the importance of food from my mom. She would use spaghetti whenever she was making stir-fried noodles. Her creativity, that creative spirit that she had when it came to replicating her home food through whatever ingredients that she had on hand, that's what I feel really inspired by.
Both women left stable jobs for their culinary careers.
It was a really scary time because, I had been working for over a decade in positions where I had benefits, I had an ongoing salary that I could count on.
I left Google in the fall of 2019, and already that year I was starting to make dumplings, send them around to friends and family, and when I decided to really start in earnest was in February 2020, conveniently 1 month before the pandemic hit and everything shut down. I didn't have a steady job or an income at that time, and whenever I had a spare moment, I'd fold dumplings, and then I would stay up all hours editing footage and putting it up on Instagram, and we were just trying to survive.
Despite the pandemic, their businesses not only survived, but thrived.
Our public sales tend to sell out within a few minutes. One time it sold out in less than a minute.
For us, it's been great because more people want to try the flavors that we're putting out there and want to learn more about Indian food and culture. Everything that I really learned how to make, I learned from different family members. So I feel like, in some sense, the Brooklyn Deli recipes also are a way for our family recipes to kind of live on.
When my parents came to the States, they really came here with nothing. And I'm super cognizant of that now, that it's a huge privilege to be able to do what I love, to go after what I love. And that has come from years of sacrifice and hard work from my parents. And knowing that I want to take that privilege and make sure that I do something really positive with it.
Mashama Bailey has become one of America's most distinguished chefs. She's working in kitchens from France to right here in New York City, but it was her love of Southern cooking that lured her back to the South.
We're going to cook with her in a minute, but first, a look at her culinary journey.
All these breakfast items are real improvement. Like, they're really kind of boost up the menu in a really good way. And it's so happy.
Mashama Bailey has much to be happy about these days. At 48, Chef Bailey's career is booming, a double James Beard Award winner, including Outstanding Chef. Her debut restaurant, The Gray in Savannah, Georgia, is a destination, and she recently opened 2 more eateries in Austin, Texas.
We connected with this city just like we connected with Savannah. Austin was a good fit.
A New York City girl who spent her formative years in Georgia, Chef Bailey is a French-trained chef who leans hard into her Southern roots.
My mom is Southern and spent a lot of summers there. I've been pretending to be Southern all my life, you know? I love the camaraderie of the South. I love my family's history, and I love how it shines through in food.
And it was that time spent in her grandmother's kitchen which made Chef Bailey fall in love with cooking.
She could turn something out of nothing. She always had a pot on the stove. It came from so much love, and it didn't really come from like this an abundance of having. It was like what she had, she shared. And I really tried to embody that.
After an internship in France and a short stint as a personal chef, she landed a sous chef position in New York City.
My most transformative time, me becoming serious about this profession, was my time at Prune. I think working for Gabrielle Hamilton was very eye-opening. Her food was very comforting, very classic. And I thought that I was becoming not only a better chef in that environment, but a better person.
And in a male-dominated field, it was mostly women who impacted Chef Bailey's culinary journey until she partnered with Jono Morisano in The Gray.
When I met Jono, it was kind of serendipitous. It was like, oh wait, I lived in Savannah as a kid. I want to move to the South. I want to be an executive chef at a restaurant. Okay, let's go see what this is about.
But the location Jono chose for their joint venture gave Chef Bailey some pause.
I've never seen a Jim Crow era bus station before. It was segregated, it has a dark history, but me standing in the segregated waiting room for colored people, I felt like there was some good vibrations in that space, and I felt like I was gonna do good things there, and I wanted to try.
They chronicled that journey together in their memoir, Black, White, and the Gray, the story of an unexpected friendship and a beloved restaurant.
Ticket, order fire, meatball, clam, and a fish toast.
And that beloved restaurant, featured in Netflix's Chef's Table, continues to delight diners with fresh Southern ingredients along with special touches from Chef Bailey's childhood.
After the guests have dinner, we clear their plates and we give them a thrill. Locals would come in and be like, what? You know what a thrill is? What? That made me feel good because they understand that I have roots here. It's a little part of my history on the plate.
Oh my God, we're so excited that you're here. I'm just so in awe of what you've created. It's like roots and wings, man. You have it all. Yeah. You said your mom didn't want you to become a chef initially?
No, or my father. They both thought that it was domesticated positions, and they just felt like I was going to be broke for the rest of my life. So,
now what do they think?
They think they're very proud. Very proud.
You know, what I love is that first of all, you brought us these thrills, which we want, but you learned all of your love of cooking from your grandma.
Yeah, because it was, you know, we didn't have much, and we, well, let me tell you what a thrill is.
Yes, tell us.
So a thrill is something that women from the neighborhoods in Savannah would make for the children of the neighborhoods in Savannah, and usually made of very inexpensive ingredients like Kool-Aid, sugar, water, maybe like if you spent 25 cents on a thrill instead of 10 cents, then you would have fruit cocktail in it or something like a nice surprise.
Yeah.
But it was, I mean, the Savannah summers are brutal and they last forever. And so it's really nice in the summertime when the humidity's high and the heat is high that you can actually have something to cool you off.
What's in this one?
That's a grapefruit, pink grapefruit
It's
thrill.
delicious.
So it's some grapefruit juice, and this is not, we don't do Kool-Aid at the restaurant, just to clarify.
I was gonna say,
we had a feeling you did.
You're James Beard winning chef.
So it's just grapefruit juice, a little bit of syrup, simple syrup, sugar and water, and some ginger.
One of the best things about New Orleans is the delicious food, from po' boys to beignets and every single thing in between.
Yeah, and of course, one of the most legendary restaurants here is Commander's Palace. This woman right here, Meg Bickford, is the executive chef who is not only creating unforgettable food, but lasting memories. Take a look. Only in New Orleans is your meal accompanied by a three-piece band and a second line through the restaurant. Or at least that's the tradition at world-famous Commander's Palace. Opened in 1893, it's a New Orleans institution. Chefs from Paul Prudhomme to Emeril Lagasse have created staples in the kitchen. But now there's a new top chef at the helm.
That's the Houchandalay Eggs Benedict.
Meg Bickford made history in 2020 when she was named the first female executive chef of Commander's, after starting her culinary journey back there in 2008.
I started as a garde manger cook. I was working hot apps and salads straight out of culinary school.
And food has always been her biggest motivation.
I grew up in a big South Louisiana family. My family, we grieved over food, we celebrated over food. I just knew that that needed to be a big part of my life. So beautiful.
Her culinary style is inspired by the rich culture around her.
Louisiana is the sportsman's paradise, right? So what we have access to, produce and seafood and game, is kind of unmatched. We in this industry are so lucky to be here because the city celebrates what we do just so wholeheartedly. The same way that the city celebrates music. Set for a side on this pickup.
Every day, Chef Meg brings her leadership skills to the table.
This restaurant is a place of learning.
Hey, Chef, what can I do for you? Chef Meg has this kind of grit in her hustle. She listens to her team, she celebrates their accomplishments, but if she sees a deficiency, she's gonna nurture that.
She's really one of the best role models that I could have ever asked for. She's always encouraging me to try new things and to just do better.
And it really is a recipe for success.
I want to create a memory for someone that when they think about it or they smell bread pudding, it brings them here. They could just be in this moment and be here and let us worry about everything else. And you just sit and enjoy.
Can we just toast?
Royalty!
Can we toast? It's about time. The first female chef of
Gotta do a toast.
Commanders. You made this cocktail for us.
I
What
did.
is- what is this called,
This
Meg?
is the Tequila Mockingbird #2. Right?
Okay.
So
Oh.
super simple but fantastic.
We like that pun.
And great for this kind of weather.
Cheers to you.
Thank you, ladies.
Oh my God, Meg.
Tequila, limoncello, little
Woo.
Angostura bitters.
Oh!
Come on.
Let's put this down so
You
you
know
can
I
get to
like
work.
my big girl cocktails, right?
That's a big
I
girl
do. All right, what are you cooking up for us, Meg?
So we're gonna do Louis Armstrong eggs.
Okay.
So this is one of my all-time favorite brunch dishes at Commander's.
Looks like you put the Trinity in there. Is
We
that
put
right?
Trinity in there, of course.
Right.
All great things start with that. We're going in with some garlic.
That's a lot. Hit
It is.
girl.
Going in with jalapeno, a lot again. And we're gonna cook all this down till it's opaque, right? So a little
Okay.
translucent.
Okay.
Then we're gonna add one of my favorite ingredients to our red beans.
What?
Is pickled pork.
How do you pickle it?
We don't know what pickled pork means.
So it's kind of like salted pork,
Okay.
okay? So it's gonna season a lot of this pot. So we're not gonna actually season our beans until they're nice and tender.
I'll help you stir.
Thank you. Into that go our red beans.
So those are uncooked. You just plop them in.
Right? I
You need to
soaked them
soak 'em.
overnight.
Yeah,
Exactly
soaked 'em.
right. So they don't take, all day to cook.
What's
but they
going
will
on with
cook
that
for a long
broth? What
time.
is that?
That's some chicken stock,
Chicken
right? So
stock.
we're building lots of flavors
Look
here
at this.
with our
Oh.
Trinity, with our garlic, with our jalapenos, our chicken stock, our pickled pork. We're gonna let this cook for hours and hours and hours.
Hours,
right?
okay.
So
Okay.
we're moving on.
Bye.
So we
What is
have
that little
here.
cake?
What's in there?
This is a dirty rice cake. So we've got Trinity, again, lots of garlic, house-made smoked andouille sausage, and our Louisiana popcorn rice, okay?
Yes.
Form that into a cake. We're gonna go over here.
Wait, what
What
are you
is that?
putting on there?
This is our red beans.
Oh.
We pureed them super
Look at
super
that.
smooth,
Amazing.
right? So
Look
they're
at you
nice
plating
and
it.
velvety.
Wait, look what's happening.
Yes.
Look at
Right?
that, Jenna.
Yes,
Are you
yes.
seeing it?
Beans
And this
and
is
rice.
taking too long, so we're gonna move on.
Okay.
We've got our beautiful crispy rice cake
Ooh.
here.
Now you said there's an egg. What's happening?
There's the poached egg.
So
poached it.
it's brunch, honey. We're all about the
Girl.
eggs.
Now
Name
what's this
dish
delicious
for
sauce
him.
on top?
Yeah.
So over here we have
look at that.
hollandaise.
Look.
Our hollandaise is studded with smoky house-made tasso.
Here, we'll share.
You want to share?
Yeah, let's share.
And we're gonna do some
Wait, is there more?
beautiful green onions right
Come
on
on,
top.
Meg. Come on.
Meg, this is
Meg.
delicious.
Good, right?
Meg. Oh my God.
I'm so glad y'all enjoy it.
I mean, that is amazing.
Oh my.
The best part about brunch at Commander's, outside of the food and the cocktails and the service and all the environment, is the second line. But you can't do it without your own second line umbrella.
Oh my
Wait,
gosh.
no.
What?
Wait.
So
No, you didn't.
ladies,
Jenna! Oh my God.
I've always wanted
Wait.
one of these.
Come on.
Thank you, Meg.
soda.
Are you kidding?
Oh my gosh.
Now y'all can
Personal.
second line in
We
style.
love you, Meg.
Thank you, Meg.
We
And to
love
get
you.
these delicious recipes, head to day.com/food.
Okay, you know that in that moment, Hoda, where you take a bite of something so delicious you can actually taste the love that went into it?
Well, that is the kind of food that Harlem chef Tammy Treadwell makes, and her cooking is just part of what draws the crowds in. Take a look.
That's love. Wait till you taste that.
Right in the heart of Harlem, in a 15-square-foot food truck,
I got 4 po' boys here.
Yes, that's me.
you'll find po' boys, shrimp and grits, and a whole lot of good vibes.
I tell people all the time on my corner, on 125th Street, there's nothing but love.
Love and Harlem are two things that are part of Chef Tammy Treadwell's DNA.
This neighborhood that's in every part of who you are.
We are sitting in the Harlem Rose Garden. This is like so surreal because I've often said I'm that flower or that rose that will break through the concrete. No matter what you pour on me, I'm gonna emerge stronger and stronger.
Throughout Tammy's sometimes challenging life, food has been what she calls her love language.
I cannot talk about food without talking about my grandmother because her spirit is with me everywhere I go. I got my love of cooking from hanging around in the kitchen with her, not wanting to go outside because she was cooking and I wanted to be first in line to get the plate. There was a lot of people in my house.
After surviving cancer and getting laid off from her job, Tammy felt a calling to feed people.
I'm taking care of all the flavors.
In 2016, she broke through the male-dominated food truck industry and opened Harlem Seafood Soul.
The idea that you had, like, all the things you had to overcome in your life. At your core, are you an optimist?
Unbelievably. We live in a world of possibilities. I'll show you it can be done.
Then in March of 2020, the unthinkable happened. Tammy was forced to shut her truck down. Then her husband, Greg, passed away from COVID.
What did you lose that day?
I lost my best friend. We had 38 amazing years together. One thing I know for sure is that man loved me. I have never had a doubt that his love was real.
There's a period in between fetal position and standing up.
Oh yeah.
And there's something that happens in that moment where it changes. What made you say, it's time to get out from under these covers?
I started seeing the faces of the people in my family. They were looking at me for the first time like they were very concerned. Every time I would hit a wall emotionally, or I felt like, you know, today's not the day. I'm gonna lay back down today. And my granddaughter would say to me, Grandma, when you going to cook for the people again? This time I looked at her like, you know, that's a good question.
You know what we love about you is that you're not only sharing your love through your food, you're also sharing your love through helping others.
That was the only motivation I had to cook, was to do something for someone else. I had to put my grief on the side and move forward. And that's what I did.
When the doors opened, and did you wonder, are they going to remember me?
Yeah. I stood there for a little while like, okay, I know y'all smell me. And I literally turned around to, I guess, stir the grits or do something. And when I turned back around, there was a line, Hoda. There was a line. And there had to be, you know, at least a dozen people standing in line. And they were waiting for me. And they were smiling. And they were like, where you been? And we're glad to see you back here. Harlem is a village. That's how I was always raised to believe. There's a lot of love in this village. Just wait till you get to experience.
Let's go.
All right.
Yes, let's go.
Today, just shy of 60 and after a lifetime of hardship, Chef Tammy says she's in her prime and she'll remain on that corner as long as the community allows her to stay.
Jenna, I'm going to give you a little dip.
Thank you.
Okay, ready? I have worked so hard for so many years, and now I get to do what makes me happy.
She's amazing.
We love her so much.
Is it difficult to make this walk?
One block is over 3 years of work and grace.
This moment for Martha Gilreath has been years in the making.
Where did you live?
Right on that side, right by these columns is where I'd usually stay.
So this was your roof?
It's dark and it's kind of chilly and It's dismal.
After years of addiction and homelessness, Martha is finding gratitude in this second chance.
It's surreal. A lot of it was really, really rough and ugly, and it just gets more beautiful every day now. My childhood was unbelievable, and I have 5 siblings. My parents have been married 43 years. We always had fun, and there was so much love.
Someone hearing that would wonder, what happened?
I thought people that were alcoholics or addicts came from a certain background. Girls like me who went to Cotillion and went to a good high school don't end up like that. And the truth is, this thing that I have, it doesn't care. It started, someone had some cocaine in a party, and I thought, well, this is fun, and it was scary, and it was exciting. Eventually, that progression looks like for me going to harder drugs and violence and homelessness and jails and hospitals. I was in active addiction for 16 years.
And then at some point you wake up living under the bridge.
It's the scariest, because you're never safe.
When did you make that decision where I'm willing to put in that work? I'm gonna turn it around.
I think that the willingness to put in the work and then a moment of grace have to align. I called my friend Jessie and I asked her if I could come home. I cannot live like this anymore.
In December of 2019, Martha entered into a recovery center in Charleston, South Carolina, and that's where everything changed.
Food for so long for a lot of us is survival. And so when people start to get sober and they start to enjoy food again. There was a kid there turning 21 in rehab. Someone had told me that he loved cheesecake. So I'm like, I'll make a cheesecake. You know, I can figure that out. And then I see him with his new friends and he is smiling. After watching this kid enjoy the cake, I'd never had any direction. I'd never followed anything through, and I said, I'm gonna go to culinary school.
So Martha returned to New Orleans in September of 2020 and received a scholarship to NOCI, the New Orleans Culinary and Hospitality Institute, just 1 block from where she once lived underneath the bridge.
It was very scary, but also it required all of the same things that sobriety requires of me. Following direction, patience, taking your time, doing it someone else's way.
And it was through baking where Martha thrived. Defying all odds, she graduated as valedictorian of her class.
When you look at who she's become, in the kitchen and out, what do you think?
Pride. I'm really, really proud of her and really excited for her, and not too surprised, honestly. It's everything that's inside of her that's come out.
In the years since graduation, Martha has become an executive chef at a local restaurant and has started her own pop-up bakery called Nolita.
We're gonna do a play on a morning roll. Beautiful color, and it's really fragrant.
Oh my gosh. That's amazing.
And one of the chefs that has always inspired Martha is restaurateur and Food Network host Guy Fieri.
He's about bringing joy. He wants to make people's experiences and lives better, all around food.
And Guy had a special message for Martha.
Chef Martha, your buddy Guy Fieri here. You are a warrior. You have been through it all. And to just think that I make you happy and I make you smile, that you love food and enjoy it the way I do, well, my sister from another mister, I look forward to meeting you. I make it through New Orleans. I'm coming to Nolita. I'll be looking for you.
A lot of surreal things have happened to me lately, but that's at the top of the list. Thank you for that.
What's next for you?
I don't know. And I think that's the exciting part. One day, I hope Nolita becomes brick and mortar. What food does for us is its service to making memories. And so if someone could come in Nolita and then 10 years from then say, oh, that's where my dad used to take me. I just want to keep being hopeful and grateful. If there are any parents watching, I just want them to know that their babies can still come home. There is always hope.
It's a sisterhood of restaurants with a purpose, run by young women finding inspiration in their own stories. Chef Zyla Cadillo taps into her Mexican heritage to create her cuisine.
My restaurant is Etheria. It is a mezcal bar with vegan-inspired Mexican dishes.
Chef Shanari Freeman leans into her southern roots for recipes.
My restaurant is called Cadence. It is southern soul food, plant-based focus.
And Chef Amara Garib, daughter of an Ecuadorian mother and an Egyptian father, gets her inspiration from her father, who operated a pizza parlor.
My restaurant is called Soda Club. It's a wine bar and it's plant-based Italian fresh pasta.
Did you catch this detail? All three skip the animal products, but not the flavor.
Look, I have to say, when you hear Italian food, when you hear Mexican food, when you hear soul food, I mean, there's a lot of cheese in those, there's a lot of meat in those. I'm Mexican, I grew up with my mom making Mexican food. How is it to make these particular types of food plant-based?
For soul food, one thing you have to definitely focus on is the flavor profile. So just playing around with textures a lot, different flavors, cooking techniques.
I think the Italian food, you just stick with fresh pasta, you can't go wrong.
Mexican people are indigenous people, and a lot of our food is from nature and from the ground. So I feel like it easily translated to being vegan.
Raise your hand if you're a vegan. Okay, so Mira, you're not. What was this process like? I mean, were you like missing the cheese at all on top of a pasta, or no?
It's really easy to just cover something in cheese and it's delicious.
And then it tastes good?
Yeah. It was more challenging because I was just trying to find substitutes to make it more traditional, but not traditional at the same time. We also have a group chat where one of us will be like, this is a whack cheese, don't use it, or this is a really good one, you should try it out, stuff like that.
You're all under 30 and you have the titles of executive chef at restaurants in New York City. I mean, how cool is that?
It's pretty cool.
How's this been to go through together?
Better than going alone.
That's true.
We're able to learn a lot from each other, and also learn a lot about ourselves, how we cook, and how to run restaurants.
Their boss had full faith they could do just that. Ravi Darasi, founder and CEO of Overthrow Hospitality, who owns all the restaurants, decided to give them a shot at starting their own culinary concepts when they were working at the company in different positions.
Was it this purposeful decision to give 3 women of color this opportunity to be executive chefs of New York City restaurants?
I think subconsciously intentional, if that makes sense. They were already in the company and the best suited for these positions. Over 65% of our 300 some odd employees were women and people of color. So we made the very clear decision to put more people of color in places of authority. So as they're hiring, they see through the lens of themselves.
Of course, a taste test had to be part of this assignment to see how they stand up to the real thing. First, plant-based Italian from the Soda Club.
So where should I start?
Definitely with the ravioli.
With the ravioli, okay.
My favorite, yeah.
That was amazing.
Good?
No. I'm having a moment.
Next, vegan-inspired Mexican food from Eteria.
The mango salsa looks delicious. It was so good. Oh my goodness.
And finally, I had to try a dish getting rave reviews, fried lasagna, a soul food favorite at Cadence.
I'm so excited. I'm blown away.
Ah, pizza. The golden crust, the tangy sauce, and that ooey gooey cheese. It's no surprise that this divine creation is one of America's most popular foods. But in the countless pizzerias I've been to, it's still pretty rare to see a woman tossing dough or tending a giant oven. I'm Elena Besser. I'm a professional chef, recipe developer, and content creator, so I'm constantly curious about who is making my meals. Now I'm heading out to meet the women breaking barriers in the pizza world today and creating more space for everyone at the table. Mankind has been eating flatbreads for centuries, but the modern pizza was invented in Naples, Italy. It was popular among the working class who needed meals that were quick and cheap. When Queen Margherita of Savoy visited Naples in the late 1800s, chef Raphael Esposito served her a pie inspired by Italy's national colors. The Queen's approval turned this humble street food into a royal favorite. So you could say it was a woman who really put pizza on the world map.
I think the love from pizza is something I always say, I think is my blood.
Georgia Capruccio owns Manhattan's Don Antonio, known for its classic Neapolitan pies. While New York City has thousands of pizzerias, very few are actually owned by women.
What do your guests say when they walk into the restaurant and they see a woman standing at the pizza oven making their pizza?
So some of the people are really, I can see from the face, they're surprised. And they bring the kids, they bring their daughter to have, pizza, and it's super fun.
Georgia is one of only 2 women to ever win one of Italy's largest pizza competitions, a feat she accomplished at just 21 years old. Her victory surprised everyone, including Georgia herself.
It was crazy. My father signed for me.
Wait, so he signed you up to compete in this competition and you had no idea?
No idea. Zero idea. 5 minutes before the competition started, he came to me and said, oh, by the way, I signed up for you.
Georgia placed first in the classic pizza category, cementing her love for the craft and giving her shop a major boost.
I never imagined that I can win. I was super happy. That moment, it was unique because I remember feel free, feel super light.
Growing up on a dairy farm in Terracina, Italy, Georgia's love for pizza started early.
Tell me some of your earliest food memories.
So my grandmother, for example, she was making pizza for me every Sunday with just tomato sauce and oregano, so really simple.
So that's true grandma-style pizza from grandma herself.
Georgia's grandmother may have introduced her to pizza, but it was her father, Roberto Capruccio, that made it a true family obsession. Roberto left his family and moved to Naples to study the art of pizza making. Georgia was just 8 years old, so she rarely saw him growing up. By the early 2000s, Roberto's culinary chops brought him to the U.S. His restaurant, Keste, is touted as serving some of the best pizza in New York City.
Did you ever think that you would end up in food one day?
Never. Also, when I first arrived over here, I come in New York for learn English and never imagined. So the only option for me to know my father or to understand what he was doing is stay with him. This is why I started to make pizza.
So Georgia moved to the States to reconnect with her father. Georgia was the only woman assembling pies in the kitchen, so she was motivated to prove she belonged.
And also everybody, all the co-workers was making fun of me because I don't know how to make pizza, I don't cook at home.
So you're like, I'll show you.
She shadowed her father for 3 years, but Roberto wanted his daughter to train harder. He sent her to Naples to study with his former mentor. She was the only female apprentice in her class.
What were the responses from the other people that were learning alongside you, those men?
So they don't feel that I can be successful, I can be reach a high level of be a pizza maker, because they say, oh, one day you have kids, so you stay home.
Did you ever respond to them, or did you just ignore them?
I ignore. My pizza is my business card.
Georgia returned to the U.S. with a renewed determination to make pizza her profession. She opened Don Antonio with her father in 2012.
When did you have that spark where you realized, oh my goodness, this is what I'm gonna do for my career?
When I opened Don Antonio. And I was really in charge of everything in the kitchen. But in that moment I say, I need to be the best.
There's this term going around right now called Nepo baby, where it's the concept of nepotism. But you have really taken time to learn the craft and do the work to prove yourself. So do you feel like you've been able to move outside of your dad's shadow?
Not yet.
Georgia says customers are still surprised that she's running the shop these days, not her famous father.
You never saw a lot daughter follow, pizza maker, father pizza maker.
After working 13-hour days for nearly a decade, she's had to take a step back with her first child on the way.
Working in a kitchen, I can speak from experience, it is incredibly physically demanding. So how have you had to adapt as you've seen your body change?
So I changed completely. I need to change completely. So before I was really strong. I don't need to eat, I don't need to sleep a lot.
Today, 10% of people working in the food and hospitality industries have access to some type of parental leave. Georgia is keenly aware she's in a unique position.
I'm really lucky because I can organize myself in my job. The other woman cannot.
Right, you're the boss, so you can call the shots, and that actually works to your advantage.
Yes.
At Don Antonio, I was ready to see this boss get to work. Italy, just like the US, is home to many different regional styles of pizza. Georgia specializes in Neapolitan pizza, which is prized for its simplicity and high-quality ingredients. The dough, the tomatoes, the types of cheese, and the techniques are all strictly regulated by two associations based in Naples. Georgia used to train chefs with the Associazione Pizzaioli Napoletani, so I was ready to learn from a true pizzaiola. What is the first step?
So we start with the tomato.
Neapolitan pizzas must be topped with tomatoes grown close to Naples.
So basically I crush like that.
Ooh, that must feel nice.
Yes.
The base of the dough uses water, fresh yeast, salt, and imported 00 flour, which refers to its super fine grind. This dough has been fermenting for a full day.
So you can see the bubbling.
Nice.
So Neapolitan pizza, the characteristic is the bubble crust.
The dough is cut and shaped into little balls, which rest for another 5 hours.
Now we need to start to make the pizza. This is semolina. See the...
Look at the bubbles, it's alive!
So now what Neapolitan pizza maker do is like just push the air.
Okay. Oh wow, and you can see all of that air is pushing out to create that crust.
Can I try? Yeah.
It feels so fluffy.
After the dough is stretched, it's time for the toppings. First up, the tomato sauce.
So 1 exactly spoon. Now we put basil, pecorino.
Okay, and that's a little saltier than traditional Parmesan.
The pizza is finished with a hefty handful of mozzarella and a generous drizzle of fruity extra virgin olive oil. Then it's ready for the oven.
And that's it.
I love it.
Ready to go.
To the oven.
The key to a stellar Neapolitan pizza is an incredibly hot wood-burning oven. This one, brought over from Italy, burns at a scorching 900 degrees, so it only takes 2 minutes for the pies to cook.
There we go.
Wow.
It's your pizza.
This is stunning.
God.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
This is the crust that you want on the bottom. Like thin, but you have the crunchy also.
I cannot handle how much flavor is in such simplicity. I am in heaven.
At Don Antonio in New York City, I couldn't wait to try Georgia's award-winning Montanara, a fried pizza.
Fried pizza is one of the oldest pizza. It was invented, created in Naples. And you
No
can find
way.
It. Yes.
Wow, I had no idea.
So if you see the movie with the Sophia Loren, The Gold of Naples,
Okay.
she was fried on the street.
Women are tied to fried pizza. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes, so the women in Naples try to help and sustain a family. They was
Right.
really poor family.
mhm.
So they start to fry and sell on the street. The
Okay,
pizza.
amazing. So it really all started with the women. Let's not
Yes.
forget that.
Yes.
Georgia fries the same traditional dough to a golden brown. Then she tops it with tomato sauce, pecorino, basil, and smoked buffalo mozzarella. To get that gooey melted cheese, she finishes the pie in the oven for less than a minute.
Wow, it looks so puffy. It almost looks like focaccia.
It's the most delicious and simple.
You get that crispy crust on the outside, but you're still getting such a doughy, light, fluffy center.
You need to try at least one time in your life.
Absolutely, are you kidding? I had no idea that this exists.
Despite her success, Georgia knows there's still a long way to go when it comes to representation in the pizza world. In 2019, she helped co-found Women in Pizza, an organization that helps support and connect chefs, restaurant owners, and food entrepreneurs. Two of Georgia's closest friends from the group stopped by Don Antonio.
The friendship that we create is more really tight, much deep friendship that you can create in the pizza world.
Alexandra Mortati was inspired to start the group after talking to many women in the restaurant world with shared experiences.
Alexandra, you've talked about how women are often hidden in pizza shops. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I think a lot of times women get slotted into roles that people think they're best fit for. Because you're a woman, maybe you seem more nurturing, they want to put you in management. Or maybe you're really good with people, they want to put you as the hostess or somewhere in the front. But what you might be interested in is making the pizza. And you have to fight a lot harder for them to give you that space to prove yourself.
Nicole Russell, a pizza maker who hosts the show Pizza Wars, agrees.
Women just have different challenges and different barriers to entry than the average guy. And it's like, you know, one thing about being in Women in Pizza is that a lot of times when we do the show demos, I'll be the only woman with all the guys. And they're just so dominant and like, you know, we're also passionate about making pizza, you know? And we all can't wait to just make the pizza. But sometimes you just gotta, get out the way. You know what I mean? So I think it's important that, you know, you always hear about a grandma slice, but actually you see a grandma representation. Yeah. Like you hear the grandma slice, but where's the grandma?
Where is the grandma?
Right,
Yeah.
right. Nona's at home, right? Well, bring Nona out.
Yes.
So that's what Women in Pizza is kind of about. All love for just showcasing more, you know, how much women are a force in this industry.
And I think now there's a lot more room where men are mentoring younger women and women are mentoring younger women and empowering them. And it wouldn't be possible without women like Georgia and Nicole.
Cheers, ladies.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Pizza. Women in Pizza.
Yeah, to Women in Pizza.
Where I live in the Big Apple, there are plenty of incredible pizza restaurants with pretty much every type of slice you can imagine. But there's a surprising place down south where folks are really flipping out for something special.
I want to be throwing dough. I want to be covered in flour and pizza sauce. It's kind of like my serenity.
Welcome to Tulsa, Oklahoma, where the famed Route 66 runs right into the historic downtown. This city is known for its Art Deco buildings and world-class museums dedicated to music legends Woody Guthrie and Bob Dylan. But unlike many visitors, I'm not here to dive into memorabilia. I'm here to meet Tara Hadden, a rising star on the national pizza scene.
Oh my gosh, it's so great to finally meet you. I'm obsessed with the door, master of this domain, Tara Hadden. That's epic. I love it. Look at this beautiful restaurant.
So we're just kind of a late 80s, early 90s themed pizzeria.
That's what we love. As a 90s baby, I'm all here for it. And you're a 90s baby as well.
Barely.
Barely.
At 26 years old, Tara already owns 2 locations of Zaza's Pizza and Wings, a brand she founded. The name is a nod to the infamous Joey Zaza from The Godfather Part 3. Here, Tara is putting her own spin on a classic pizza shop with some very non-traditional offerings.
So these are all of our slice pies. We'll usually keep like the basics and stuff that people come in to try, like of course pepperoni, cheese, sausage. And then we kind of have some of our weird stuff going on, of course.
Pickles.
Our pickle pie. And believe it or not, it's one of our best-selling pizzas.
No way.
Tara started working in pizza when she was 16, honing her skills at local pizzerias before meeting her mentor Mike Bausch of Andolini's Pizza, a small pizza empire in Tulsa.
Mike and his brother were in and out of the restaurants all the time, and he came in and he saw me throwing dough, and every time he came in, that's what he saw me doing. So he was like, "You're good at this, aren't you?" I'm like,
Good was an understatement. Mike recognized that Tara had a natural talent for throwing dough, so he started teaching her some basic acrobatic tricks. Yup, this is a real sport. Professional pizza acrobats spin, toss, and twirl dough at competitions around the world. During 3 to 5 minute choreographed routines, they're judged on the number of tricks they perform and their difficulty. One of the most well-known pizza competitions is the Pizza Games at Las Vegas's Pizza Expo, where pros from around the globe gather each spring. This year, Tara is competing in her 5th games. As usual, she'll be one of the only female competitors.
How did you even learn what pizza throwing was?
I saw this guy that I worked with at like my first ever pizzeria kind of doing it, and they had told me about Pizza Expo. And at that time, it was just like a dream to go to Pizza Expo.
Tara has come a long way since a disappointing last place finish at her first Pizza Games. Reflecting on that time, she says her head and heart were elsewhere, grieving the loss of her mother, the woman who sparked her love for cooking as a child.
I just kind of fell into like making food and stuff at home with my mom. Her, my grandma, long line of like women who cook and making recipes, and that was kind of what we would leave like down to our kids, but it's just cookbooks.
When Tara returned to Vegas the following year, she had a new purpose.
I made the reason I was going there worth everything that I kind of put into it. When I placed first in the preliminaries, it was such like a powerful moment. It actually fell on the anniversary of when she had passed away. So I was like, oh my gosh, like this is because of you, like you helped me. Yeah. And it was kind of at that moment where I was like, everything is like paid off.
When Tara's not wowing crowds, she's busy making some of Tulsa's most unique pizzas. So we headed to her prep kitchen where 500 pounds of dough gets made into over 1,000 pies every day.
So our dough, we're gonna start with a local milled flour. And then we of course got our yeast, salt, and olive oil.
Great.
Best way to kind of start dough is by activating the yeast.
Okay.
So we usually activate it in some hot water, warm water, like 101 is usually ideal.
It's gonna smell really nice in here very soon.
Yes.
So give it a whisk. Great.
And then once we kind of wake the yeast up in here, we're gonna put it to sleep in some ice water.
Your turn. It's cold.
That's how you check your pain tolerance.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny that the whole point of this is to put the yeast to sleep when I'm feeling More awake than ever with how cold this is on my fingers.
Now this is pretty bubbly, so we got a nice little foamy layer in there. And then we'll just throw this in with our flour. We already got some dough that's been mixing this morning.
The dough Tara uses for tricks doesn't have any yeast, so it stays dense like Play-Doh. Back at Zaza's, it was time to learn some tossing tricks with a few new friends.
Good job, guys.
Each month, Tara holds a pizza making and throwing class for kids and parents at her shop. I'm a little older than her typical student, but I could not wait to join in on the fun.
We're gonna take it across our body.
Okay.
And then throw it up. And then throw it up in the air. Yeah, just like that. 1, 2, 3. I just kind of spin it like on my finger, like my knuckles almost.
Okay. Well, you have to get it going first.
Yeah.
Right?
The best trick I show people that's pretty easy is throwing it behind your shoulder.
Okay,
If
show me
you
that.
put your arm out, like you're a little teapot, short and stout, and then you just look that way and throw it.
It's like doing a cartwheel. It's not. Around the shoulder. Just like effortless. She's effortless. She's a world champion.
With the competition in Vegas fast approaching, I joined Tara and her mentor Mike for a practice session.
Pleasure to meet you.
Mike, you're the whole reason why Tara got into this, so can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I'm a dork for pizza, and her dorkage has just latched on to us, and it's exciting. It's about the love of pizza making, and this is a representation of that.
So are we gonna get a chance to see the full routine right now?
I mean, I guess we can do it.
Oh my gosh.
Tara uses silicone doughs to practice. They create the feel of acrobatic pizza dough without the floury mess.
Transitioning from hand to hand is what will give her more points.
Okay.
And then going behind the back seamlessly. Some people will really lean into one trick and try and make it last 30 seconds.
Okay.
She's going a trick per second.
Oh.
There it is.
Okay,
That's the Tara Classic. That's her signature move.
Unbelievable.
My girl.
Woo!
There you go.
Here at Zaza's Pizza in Tulsa, pizza acrobat Tara Hatton is making waves with her signature moves and unique pies. I couldn't wait to make one of her fan favorites, a chicken and waffle pizza.
So you're essentially taking the Zaza's pizza and wings and you're creating a child with them of chicken and waffle pizza.
Yes, they are all my precious pizza baby.
We love.
This pizza uses a blend of margarine and butter as a base on top of the olive oil.
So this doesn't have a sauce on it, does it?
No, it's just gonna be like the oil and the butter.
Okay,
The
sick.
olive oil is just gonna be like a sheen to protect the dough itself. And then the butter will kind of melt and create these little soup pools that'll be perfect for when we put our waffles on. And it'll just like soak up all that butter.
Baby is
It's gonna
speaking
be
my
delicious.
language.
With our buttery base ready, Tara and I add boneless chicken wings and Mott's cheese. Then it was time for something sweet.
Our secret little ingredient, we're gonna add
Yes,
some
look
syrup
at this. It's so wrong, it's right. So a little bit of a swirl.
So it kind of bakes into the base and stuff and almost like caramelizes on there.
The pizza bakes at 555 degrees until the crust turns golden brown before the final topping.
It's smelling so good in here.
Smells like breakfast.
Jinx. Oh, we can't forget the Mike's Hot
The
Honey.
most important part.
Drizzle me timbers.
Pizza time.
Cheers.
Cheers.
So you get a combination of crunch and fluff with a little bit of that salty cheese.
And then it's just hot.
And then the hot honey.
It's good.
It slaps.
Of course, I couldn't leave Zaza's without trying the famous pickle pizza.
I could see a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle eating this right now. Cheers.
Cheers with your hot slice of pizza.
Oh my gosh. It's got that punchy vinegar pickle taste and the cheese mellows it out. I never knew that a pickle on a pizza would work so well.
It does. I don't like pineapple on pizza, but like pickle on pizza, that's my move.
Before heading back to New York, I had one more pizza party to attend.
My friend and owner of Zaza's Pizza and Wings, Tara Hatton.
Tara's routine wowed friends and fans of all ages who came to wish her well before the big competition.
Taking it all the way back to where you first began in the kitchen with your mom and grandma to where you are today. If they could see you now, what do you think they would say?
I would like to say that they are definitely proud. I don't think they would expect what I'm doing now compared to where my original game plan was in life. I think they would realize it's not just pizza to me. It is my life, it is my world, and I love it.
Tara placed second in the Masters Acrobatic Competition in Vegas. And she can't wait to come back and compete for the title again next year.
Pizza is the ultimate comfort food. With so many unique styles, sauces, and toppings, it's truly impossible to go wrong. As pizza has evolved over the years, so have the chefs behind this iconic Italian staple. Whether they're cooking pies, running front of house, or going all out on stage, the women making pizza today are creating more space at the table for everyone.
The rush of the water, the thrill of the catch. For many, fishing isn't just a hobby or a career, it's a lifestyle. In the US, women account for roughly 10% of commercial fishermen, but they've long played a vital role in the global